I'd like to call to order the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission meeting for January 7th. Before we get to the opening comments, I would like to remind the virtual attendees to mute your microphones, but then when we do come to discuss the item that you are interested in, please remember to unmute your microphones. And for those of us in the chambers, be sure to speak clearly into the microphone that's in front of you. And with that, we'd like to have the opening comments, please.
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those at Century 2, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure and Planning Department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representative to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room or the GoToMeeting comments box. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to district court.
Okay, first item on the agenda is to approve the MAPC meeting minutes from December 17th. And it appears as though Shane Gross and Joe Johnson were not present for that meeting.
Move to approve.
Move for approval.
Mr. Hartman approved. Sounded like maybe Cindy Miles was the second on that. Is there any discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Foster.
Mr. Chairman, I'll pass along some typos to staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously, and I believe 11-0.
Shane was an absentee.
Oh, and that's right, 10-01, exactly, sorry. Okay, let's kind of roll through the agenda here. Starting off with item 2.1, subdivision 2020-00043, final plat of Riverside Patio Homes Edition. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Hearing none, is there anybody in Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
No one here at Century 2 for this case.
Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Riverside Patio Homes Edition. Hearing none, we'll take that on consent. Next case, subdivision 2020-00059, one-step final plat for Riverfront Village Edition. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case?
I've got a question for staff when we get to it.
Okay, we will hear this case.
No, you just asked the question.
Or do we want to just take the question?
Would it take the question at that point, can we, or do we need to take that now?
We can take it now. We can do it either way.
The question I've got has to do with parking. I know this is also tied to the agenda item 4.7, so I'm not sure, how
Parking
we,
would be addressed on the PUD, not the plat.
okay. Then I don't have anything at this point.
Okay, well, there we go. So do I have a motion?
See if anybody says.
I have
Go.
a similar question.
Okay, is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
Thank you.
There's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Hearing none, we'll take that one on consent.
Move to approve agenda items 2.1 and 2.2.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Bill Johnson, to approve on consent items 2.1, 2.2. Are there any questions concerning the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Moving on to our vacation items, we've got vacation 2020-00050, city vacation of 10-foot utility easement on a property in limited industrial located at 9440 West Harry Street. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Hearing none. Is there anyone in Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
I have no comment from Century 2 for this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Hearing none, we'll take this one on consent. Vacation 2020-00051, city vacation of a portion of a platted utility easement and a portion of a platted building setback. That's in a PUD number 38. It's located at Meridian Avenue and 13th Street North. Is there anyone on this, on the commission that would like to hear this case? Yes, Mr. Foster?
I just wanted to point out, I received an email with information regarding this case, so there may be some folks who do want to hear this item. They were more so zoning-related issues versus vacation, so.
Okay, we'll see if there's, is there anybody on the commission? Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
There's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Located approximately Meridian and 13th Street.
Yes, we would like to hear this case.
You would? Okay, we will hear this case.
Move to approve agenda item 3.1.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Hartman to approve item 3.1. Are there any questions concerning the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our public hearing items, conditional use 2020-00031, conditional use for SF5 single family, residential, office warehouse, and industrial park, located approximately at 21st Street North in Hoover, which is part of a protective overlay number 39. Anybody on the commission that would like to hear this case?
Mr. Chairman, I had a staff question on that item.
Okay. I'll see if there's any other, and then I'll come back and you can ask your question. Is there anyone on Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
There's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Is there anyone anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Hearing none, Mr. Foster, if you'd like to go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I was looking for clarification on the application area. On the site plan, in bold letters, there's the word hold in upper right corner, and then it says package limits of review. Can you explain the application area a little bit better?
Okay, this conditional use is to expand the northwest water treatment area to the west. And what you're looking at is an area that Cox Machines, they swapped out land immediately south of their existing property. So that is, they haven't transferred ownership yet of that. And then, no, I'm sorry. They have the option to build on the parcel to the east that's along 21st Street. So that's probably referencing. It's a holdover from the zone case. We had to come back and do this because the public notice wasn't published correctly in the newspaper. So the zoning has already been approved on this.
So we're rehearing that one, and in that case, I would need to abstain from the vote then.
Okay. All right. So you had your question answered, so we'll just, I'll remember to have that on the vote. Okay. Item 4.2, conditional 2020-00037, conditional use to allow daycare center general on TF3 zone property located approximately 1701 South Sedgwick Street. Is there anyone who would like to hear this case on the commission? Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
There's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case located at 1701 South Sedgwick? Hearing none, we'll take that one on consent. Item 4.3, conditional 2020-00038, conditional use for an accessory apartment in single-family zoning located at 1539 South Emporia. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case?
I just have a question, a staff question.
Okay, I'll hold that and we'll come back to you. Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
No, sir, there's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case located at 1539 South Emporia? Hearing none. Ms. Miles, did you have a question?
Yeah, looking at the drawings for this site, this accessory dwelling, Is there no setback required for this? It just doesn't look like there's any setback at all.
Hey, Commissioner Miles, this is Matt. Are you talking about setback from the rear property line, or what are you talking about?
From the side property line.
The drawing I have shows that it's 23 feet away from the side property line. Is that the drawing you're looking at?
Okay, I guess I'm just not seeing that on the drawing that I'm looking at. That was just a concern of mine because
Okay.
it looked like it looked like from the drawing that I was looking at that it literally sets on the property line.
Yeah, it looks like that measurement that's shown on the drawing from the south property line.
Look at the next sheet, Ms. Miles. I kind of updated that drawing so it was easier to read. Hopefully you have that with you.
Okay. I'm okay. I flipped that sheet over. I see it now.
Okay, yeah.
I just didn't. It looks different than the other. Okay, I got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes.
All right, we'll take this one on consent. Item 4.4 has been moved to our first meeting in February. Next case is 4.5, CUP amendment to DP 229, case number 00046, located approximately at Central and Greenwich Road. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Hearing none, is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
I've got no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Do we have anybody virtually that would like to hear this case?
Hi, yes, this is Steve Stoffer at 310 North Dow Street, and I would like to hear the details on this case, please.
That would be on the property located at Central and Greenwich.
Correct.
Okay, we will hear that case. Next case is item 4.6, PUD 2020-0007, city zone change to create the Wynn Senior Village PUD number 76 to develop the site for a senior living center located at 4640 East 15th Street. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case?
Yeah, I would. This is Commissioner Florence.
Okay, we will hear this case. Moving on to item 4.7, PUD 2020-00011. City create a PUD on 6.96 acres located at McLean Boulevard and Douglas. And I believe that this agenda item should read 7.13 acres. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case?
We've got questions regarding parking, so we can either hear it or we can ask the question.
Let's see if we've got anybody else that wants to, and then we'll let you ask a question. Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
Yeah, there's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
Okay. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? The Riverfront Village PUD. Okay, hearing none, if we could have, well, it looks like Kathy.
Yes.
Okay, just what effect will this approval have on the parking in the area? It seems like there's an awful lot of stuff going into an area that already is stressed for parking. Are we going to be pushing are we gonna be putting businesses in here that will be using parking that's already stressed in the area? How do we look at that?
There is a multimodal center that is under construction or will be under construction at the corner of Sycamore and Maple. And that is, right, University. Texas. Sorry. Okay, sorry. So we have I think it's a 7-story parking garage that's going to be in there. That will relieve a lot of that parking, in addition to the surface parking that's shown on the PUD for the apartments.
With the PUD, does it show how many parking spaces will be provided, or is that?
I don't
To be
recall that
determined.
was on the face of the PUD, the number of spaces provided. Because they're using the base zoning of Central Business District, which does not require parking. So that they would not have indicated on there the number of spaces. I think that will probably come later when the site gets, the site plan gets developed and they submit their plans for review.
Who will determine whether or not enough parking is determined at that point? Does that come back before us, or is that a staff decision, or?
That would be done by plans review, but because the PUD has the base zoning of Central Business District and that multimodal parking structure, there's not gonna be a certain number of parking stalls required.
Yeah, I think with the, Scott, were you getting ready to add something there?
I just want to make sure it's clear that as the PUD, it reflects the base zoning, which would be CBD, and that there's no requirement for off-street parking as proposed in the PUD. Now, the factor that Kathy's pointing out is that the multimodal center with, we think approximately 7 stories of a garage above it is proposed pretty much catty corner to the site. But at this time, the question is there parking required, and who would determine if there's enough parking? At this point, there's no parking that would be required by the city, and it would be up to the developer to look at the market and figure out what would be needed.
Is the parking garage approved and a done deal, or is there a is that, we're relying on something, is it locked in?
Yes. Where it's at in the process is that it has been awarded federal grants from the Transit Administration in the amount of multiple millions of dollars. They've just completed the environmental review for that site, and they're getting ready to preparing to demolish the structures that are on that site. And there are conceptual designs that have been done for it, and they're getting ready to initiate the construction designs. And that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's where they're at with it.
Yes, Mr. Foster?
I've got two questions, and these relate to the provisions of the PUD. First one would be under the purpose statement. Is the historic Delano district referred to as an overlay district?
Yes, that is a protective overlay.
You may want to make that correction then to the PUD purpose statement,
Okay.
then get that accurate. Then also to follow up on the parking, the provision to the PUD item 9B says no use within the PUD shall be required to provide on-site vehicular parking. Does that negate the transit parking? If the transit is part of this, doesn't the verbiage have to allow for that or somehow relate to it?
Well, again, the base zoning for the PUD is Central Business District, which does not require specific, certain number of parking spaces. However, in the Ballpark Village PUD, that multimodal center, my understanding, is part of that PUD. No?
Kathy, I'm not aware if it is or if it isn't, but I do know that property that was acquired by the city separately from this, and that it's a separate City of Wichita transit project.
So this wording is correct then?
Yes.
Yes.
And then, a follow-up question though, you know, we've looked at this for several years now, and the last study we looked at, it was like 2,700 or 2,900 deficit of parking in the urban area. And I guess I'd like to see some confirmation that that's been considered and addressed. Otherwise, I don't think they should get the CBD, no parking required.
Okay.
Should we hear this item?
Yeah, we can hear this case. Okay, moving on to item 4.8, PUD 2020-0012. It's a planned unit development on property zoned SF5, located a half mile west of 151st Street West and Maple on the north side of Maple. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
Yeah, there's no comment from Century 2 on this case.
And is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case?
Yes, we're the agricultural property owners to the west and just want to know as much as we can about this.
Okay, we will hear this case. I also wanted to hear it, so. Moving on to zone 2020-0046, city zone change from limited industrial to multifamily, 18, property located at 1016 East 3rd Street. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to hear this case?
Yeah, I've got no comment from Century 2 for this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Located at 1016 East 3rd Street. Hearing none, we'll take that one on consent. Last case, zoning case number 2020-00048, county zone change from SF20 single-family residential to SF10 single-family residential, located at 11510 East Pawnee Road. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to hear this case? Mr. Foster, we will hear this case.
Chairman, I would move to approve agenda item 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.9, 4.9, with the stipulation that Mr. Foster will be abstaining from, his vote will abstain from agenda item 4.1.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Warren, second by Mr. Bill Johnson, to approve those cases. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously for everything but 4.1, which would be 10:01 on that, with Mr. Foster abstaining. I think I got that right. Okay, moving on to our first case here. If we could have that presented, please.
Okay.
This is vacation 2020-00051, which is a request to vacate portions of platted utility easements and a portion of side street building setback. Generally described as vacating a portion of those easements and side street building setback located on lots 2 through 5 of Block 1 Indian Hills Addition, located on the east side of North Meridian Avenue and 1 block south of West 13th Street North. Next slide. You'll see the utility easement areas along the west side of the site and down through the middle, and the side street setback on the east side of the site. Next slide. The property to the north is zoned limited commercial just south of 13th Street North. There is approximately a 30-foot wide strip of land between the subject property and that limited commercial that is Zone B multifamily. That is a remnant left over from a previous vacation of that alleyway. Property to the east and south is zoned SF5, and property to the west across North Meridian is zone TF3, two-family residential, and B multifamily. Okay, so there is a 10-foot utility easement located on the west side of lots 4 and 5, and a second 16-foot utility easement located in the middle of the site on the common line between lots 3 and 4. And the side street setback is there along Arrowhead Drive. If approved, the vacation will allow the owner to redevelop the property. There are no public utilities in the easements being vacated. Evergy has reviewed this request, and they show they have equipment in these locations. If they're wanting to vacate, so they would need to maintain easements or remove and relocate at their expense. Cox has aerial lines in the requested vacate area. Next slide, please. This is part of PUD 38, Indian Hills Planned Unit Development. This was a previous plan for the site, but as we understand it now, the layout is going to be different as they pursue development of the site with apartments. However, the PUD states that the provisions within the PUD would need to still be observed. Those include a proposed screening fence along the south line of the property and maintaining the existing buffer along Tahoe Trail on the southeast curve of the property. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Mr. Banks? Mr. Hartman?
Stephen, do you know what was on this site prior to this?
Currently, it is vacant. Is kind of being used as overflow parking for the shopping center at this time.
Yeah, Indian Hills Shopping Center is just to the north.
I know,
Of that.
but they're showing, there's 4 drives coming into that parcel from the west. I was just wondering what was there to begin with.
As long as I can remember growing up in that general area, it's always been just parking lot for Indian Hills.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever been anything else.
One of the back doors to Ace Hardware opens up to that parking lot.
I'm sorry, Cindy?
That was Shane. I was just saying that a lot of people use that parking lot to access Ace Hardware.
Oh, okay. All righty. Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, if we could have the agent or applicant.
Good afternoon, Phil Meyer with Hoffman Company, agent for the applicant. We're in agreement with staff comments. I'll be glad to answer any questions any of the planning commissioners have, and I'll be glad to come back and answer any questions after we hear what the neighbors' concerns are.
Okay. Any questions for Phil? Hearing none. Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to comment on this case?
Yeah, there's no comment from Century 2.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? And if so, would you please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Merritt Stever at 1337 North Tahoe Trail, the property directly south of that. I have a few concerns, I guess, and this is the first time I'm looking at this. I haven't researched it, so my primary concern is and it looks like it might not be the case, but increased traffic on Tahoe Trail. And also, obviously, my property is right next to that, so there's a little bit of concern with that as well. It looks like from the initial plan that essentially the tree line along Tahoe Trail there may stay. This is a fairly isolated neighborhood in which many families from this neighborhood and honestly surrounding neighborhoods frequent to walk their kids down the street and stuff. So that would be my primary concern, is the traffic on Tahoe Trail if there's any entrance to this development from that backside, if you will. That's really my only concern.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stuber.
Yep.
Is there anyone else virtually that would like to provide testimony on this case?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
My name is Patrick Stanley. I live at 1302 Arrowhead in the Indian Hills section. I'd like to have a couple questions answered first. How many apartments and people are you talking about here?
I'm sorry, how many people what?
How many apartments
Okay.
are going to be built?
Okay.
I mean, and what is your estimate? The number of apartments will tell us how many people will probably be there. So I'd like to know that information first, please.
What we'll do is go ahead and present your questions, and then the agent will come back and answer all the questions at one time.
Okay, then I do have a comment. My concern is twofold. One is the increased traffic. I think that should be obvious. And the second concern ties into it. This is a residential neighborhood. It has been a residential neighborhood for a long time. All of a sudden, with this apartment complex coming in, you're turning it into a multifamily. You're changing the characteristics of this neighborhood, which will possibly change the value of my home and value in this neighborhood. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that. To me, it's pretty obvious it should not go on, because this is a single family residential, and now all of a sudden you're changing it after 50 years. That makes me a little upset, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes, I have a question, John Davis.
Okay, could you speak up a little bit, please, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, my name is John Davis. I live on 1301 North Tahoe Trail. So I guess my question is what the underlying reason is for the vacation of the easement. Is the plan to proceed with what was outlined under the PUD 38, or will that be changing to something like an apartment building that the previous person asked about? You know, right now, the previous zoning case on PUD 38 talked about additional business overflow and storage from the strip mall and the Ace Hardware location. Now that the property has changed hands this year, or ownership, is that still the case, or are we going to be looking at a different purpose for this lot once the easements have been vacated? I guess that's my first question.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? I know that the agent is taking notes and will be answering all these questions.
Yeah, I mean, the next one would be if it does change, or even if it doesn't, the screening along Tahoe Trail. The initial zoning that I saw recommended to keep the tree line with additional planting to keep that screening from the quiet residential neighborhood that does sit south of that development. So, I mean, just a clarification on that. What's the plan there? Are they going to be completely uprooted? We just don't know at this point. Then access points, if it does become an apartment development, is there going to be access points to the east, and is that going to drive traffic into the neighborhood to access McLean at the south side of our neighborhood? Questions like that. Is there going to be an access point on Tahoe Trail if it is an apartment building? We just don't know what's going in there at the moment. If it is apartments, what's the proposed height of the apartments? How many stories? What's the setback going to be from Tahoe Trail? How close is it going to be to the house, directly south of the lot? So there's a lot of questions, a little unknown here for the neighbors. What's going to happen with this once the easement is vacated?
Okay. Did you have anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, is there anyone else who would like to address the commission on this case?
Yeah, this is Ryan Steed at 1306 North Tahoe Trail. And I just want to echo the comments previously made by my neighbors.
Okay.
We don't, especially regarding entrances on Tahoe or even Arrowhead, I don't want anything that's going to drive additional traffic to the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes, this is Madison from 1306 North Tahoe Trail. Again, I just want to say that what our neighbors have said previously, we're worried about maybe the screening, keeping the tree row, worried about entrances from Tahoe Trail, things like that, and also how tall that apartment building is going to be, as well as the increased traffic. That's all.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Ms. Ham? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else that would like to address the commission on this item?
Yes, could I have a follow-up 1 minute thing, please, sir? Patrick Stanley, 1302.
I'll allow it one time.
Thank you. One thing we have noticed in the neighborhood is we do get a lot of what I call cut-through traffic. There's a traffic light at 13th and McLean, and Meridian, and a traffic light at Meridian and 13th. What we've seen is a decent amount of people trying to avoid those lights, and they do cut through our neighborhood, especially the one on Meridian. and we've seen it even through our street on Arrowhead. So I think that with the building of this complex, we're going to see an increase of traffic. You might not see it, but I'll see it because I see people avoiding that, those two traffic lights. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this? Okay, thank you very much.
I think Dwayne's trying to say something. He may just be muted.
I'm sorry? If you,
I think one of the speakers is trying to say something, but maybe muted.
oh, okay. Well, if they've already spoken, yes.
Mr. Chairman, it looks like the person has indicated that Mr. Dwayne Van Camp, who's showing up in the cameras, appears to be talking on our side on this system that we're administering. He's not muted, so I don't know if he's muted on his end or not, but I don't even know if his conversation is that he wants to be speaking for this.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mr. Van Camp? Dwayne Van Camp? Are you wanting to address this case? We're unable to hear your testimony, Mr. Van Camp.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would move that we would go back to the applicant and then allow for Mr.
How about now?
Yep,
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry, I'm 88 years old trying to work these computers.
They're great. They're great when they work, aren't they?
Yeah, they're wonderful. I live at 1309 Tahoe, and that's down at the south end of this west side of the property. I've lived here for 42 years, and I'm concerned about all of the previous concerns stated by the neighbors. But an item that hasn't been mentioned is the traffic flow that will increase on Meridian, which my backside of my property abuts to. Meridian is a very close street, 2 lanes. Parking is limited on the east side somewhat, but many times not obeyed. And as previously stated, the traffic going down Arrowhead and coming down Tahoe to avoid the signal has increased probably 30 to 40% in the last 4 or 5 years. And I'm concerned about that because our neighborhood is used not only for the neighbors, but to the west of us. Many people living west of us come over in this area to walk their dogs and their kids. And it's going to create a real hazard for people. So without taking up a lot of your time, I'm very concerned about this project. And I certainly am going to stay involved. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Van Camp? Hearing none, thank you once again for your testimony, Mr. Van Camp. Is there anyone else?
You're welcome.
Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission on this case? It's a vacation case of some utility easements and building setback. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Meyer?
Sure.
You have 2 minutes to rebut.
Okay, I will try to answer the questions that the neighborhood brought up in the order I jotted them down here. But we do not intend to have any access to Tahoe Trail. We intend to keep the buffer that is at this time, the landscape buffer. Our only access at this point in time will be to Meridian Avenue. we are proposing to do a multifamily apartment project on this property. Ace Hardware will keep a little bit of the property behind their building, and there's a strip all the way along the north line for the parking that's occurring on the site today. And Ace Hardware is keeping a little bit of extra space for some more parking, and we're looking at redeveloping the rest of the site into multifamily. I would point out to the Planning Commission that with this PUD, this property is currently zoned general commercial. So there could be a lot heavier uses on this property than what we're proposing with our multifamily. There is an apartment complex to the west across the street on Meridian today. With that, our traffic will all go to Meridian. Increased traffic, well, it depends on the use that ended up on this property. It's zone commercial. There could be a more intense use going on this property the way it's presently zoned than what we are proposing. The PUD was prepared because Ace Hardware was at one point in time going to do a second building down there for their operation, and then that just never happened. So that put all of the property within this vacation area is part of that PUD. I'm looking at I think I've answered most of the questions. I do not know that I can answer the number of apartment units that we're proposing on here or the height. I don't know if they finalized out a site plan, and I have not asked the architect those particular questions. So one, there's a utility easement along Meridian that we need to vacate. We will be, if this gets approved, doing an administrative adjustment to the PUD to reduce some of the setbacks, both along Meridian and Arrowhead Street, because they were established at 35 feet since this was a general commercial. So we're going to ask to look to reduce those. Any utilities that are in the existing utility easements, we will work with the utility companies for the cost of relocation. And I'm going to ask the planning commissioners if there's a question that I didn't answer, feel free to ask me, because I think I've covered down all the ones that I've written here.
Yeah, Phil, do you know what the height of the structure will be? I know you said you didn't know how many units there were going to be, but do you have any idea of how tall the structure will be?
I cannot tell you without doing more research if it's a 2 or 3 story structure for the apartment complex.
Okay. All right. Were there any other questions yes,
Now,
Mr. Foster?
if it helps, I will. I'm sorry to cut you off. It helps. I know they're trying to put the buildings on the north part of the property and the parking on the south side of the property and maintain the buffers along Tahoe Trail. So that's about all the information I have at the moment that I can share with you.
And then access was going to be to Meridian only?
Access is, yes, sir.
So I think there's a drive on Arrowhead. Will that be, is that driveway still going to be there?
We do not intend to use an access point to Arrowhead unless there's the alley access at the north end. That's going to remain because the Indian Hill Strip Center is going to keep a 20-foot strip along the north for parking for where their employees are parking now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Foster?
So the alley will.
Mr. Foster, did you have a question?
Just a clarification, if you recall a case we had last time up against Bonnie Bray, that the application here is for vacation items. And, you know, we're talking about the PUD and things, and I would encourage the neighbors to follow the PUD and the screening. We've already been told that there will be solid screening along the southeast being required. So I think staff's done a good job of, as well as the agent, of informing us on that. So I think we need to get back to the vacation items and then, request that the neighbors continue to follow up with the city to understand height and how many units we're talking about here.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Are there any other comments or questions for Mr. Meyer?
I'd like to follow up, please.
I'm sorry, but your opportunity to address the commission has passed. So, Mr. Warren?
Just to follow up on Mr. Foster's comments, we've got names and addresses of all the speakers so that everybody that spoke today will be getting notification on future activity in this area as far as PUD or other changes.
We can work on doing that, yep.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the commission for the agent? I want to go through here and make sure that we haven't. Okay. Do I have any action? Anybody want to?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Since this is a commercial zone piece of property, and as Mr. Foster has indicated, we're basically doing with easements and so forth, I move to approve.
It's been moved by Mr. Bill
Second.
Johnson to approve the request for the vacation of the easements and the setback. Second by Mr. Hartman. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on to agenda item 4.5. CUP 2020-00046.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Williams with Planning. This is CUP 2020-46. The subject site is located in the Canyon Properties CUP DP 229, which is located at the southeast corner of Central and Greenwich. The applicants are requesting a major amendment to the CUP to parcels 2 through 7 that would allow condominium self-storage, increase the maximum building coverage and gross floor area, revise the screening and landscape requirements, and revise cross-lot access requirements. The subject site is zoned LC Limited Commercial. This CUP has 10 parcels and 1 reserve. Parcel 1 to the north has a quick trip, and then parcels 8 and 10 on the south are a reserve owned by Minnehaha Township. The 2 through 7, parcels 2 through 7 that is in the subject area are currently vacant. Properties to the east of this are single-family residential and developed with single-family housing units, and then properties west across Greenwich are part of Hawker Beechcraft and zoned limited industrial. A couple of the changes to the CUP as part of the amendment include a drainage plan and a guarantee for drainage improvements that shall be provided, as well as the screening requirements that I mentioned earlier. They talk specifically about on the east side of the property that the existing mature tree row shall remain, and any gaps shall be filled, or any gaps larger than 10 feet shall be filled with evergreens. They will also include a 6-foot wooden fence on the edge of the paved circulation lane as shown on the site plan. The comprehensive plan identifies this location as new employment, which encompasses areas that will likely be developed or redeveloped by 2035 with manufacturing, warehousing, distribution, and other similar uses. The requested amendment to the CUP is consistent with that. And based upon the information available when we wrote the staff report, staff is recommending approval of this amendment. I'd be happy to go through some photos here. Next slide. Next slide. Here's kind of a drawing showing the different parcels in the CUP. Really, it just shows the different parcels, and as I said earlier, parcels 2 through 7 are vacant right now. Are there any more slides, photos? Looking to the north, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for Matt?
Yeah, this is Steve Stoffer at 310 North Dow. I just want to make sure.
I'm sorry. I probably should have clarified that a little bit. This is a time for questions from the commission to the staff. I will get to you for your questions. Just hang on for a minute, and I'll get to the public comment portion of the item. Sorry for the confusion there. Are there any questions from the commission for our staff person? Hearing none, is the agent or applicant available? Be Charlie Brown or
Sorry, we were muted.
Nuss? I'm sorry.
This is Rebecca Melius with PEC. Butch Nuss is here as well, and we're ready to answer any questions from staff or from the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. So you have no further comment concerning this?
Correct. We're in agreement with staff comment and have no additional questions or concerns.
Awesome. Okay. Now we will open this up to, well, first of all, do we have any questions by the commission for the agent or applicant here? Okay, hearing none. Now, is there anyone from Century 2 that would like to address this case?
No comment from Century 2.
Okay, now we'll open it up to those people that are virtual that would like to address this case.
Hi, yeah, this is Steve Stoffer from 310 North Dow, just east of the lot we're referring to. I just wanted to better understand what type of, I guess, businesses or buildings are planned to go here. I heard condominium, I heard self-storage, and I heard manufacturing, warehouse, distribution. So I just wanted to get some clarity on what might be going there in the future. And then also just to clarify that the zoning isn't being asked to change, that will remain limited commercial. I think that's all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the Mr. Stoffer? Hearing none. Thank you. And is there anyone else virtually that would like to address this case? If so, please state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Do you see anybody? Hearing none, we'll return it back to PEC. Looks like you have a few questions concerning this.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. I think the easiest way to explain this, so the primary use will be self-storage. It is an allowed, or it's a conditional use under the existing zoning. We are proposing through this major amendment to make it an allowed use with no additional permitting. The reason it's identified as condominium self-storage is so that individual boundaries around those storage units could be written so those could be sold, similar to condominiums. So the intent is that the underlying ownership of the pavement and those kind of shared areas would remain with the developer, but individual units could be sold to those owners and tenants as desired.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I was It was a head scratcher for me too. Are there any, yes, Mr. Foster has a question for you.
Just please confirm the one question from Mr. Stoffer regarding no change in zoning, correct?
That is correct. The zoning will remain the same.
Okay. Any other questions for the agent? From the commission? Hearing none. Yes, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Warren.
Kind of the format, does that answer all the questions from Mr. Stoffer? Did he have another question? I just was wondering if that answered all the questions from Mr. Stoffer.
He was wondering if it was a condo, a storage, and the zoning. I think those were the three issues or questions that he had.
In the zoning.
And the zoning.
Yeah, that answered my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stoffer. All right, we'll bring it back to the commission for action. Ms. Fox, you had a quizzical look on your
This
face
is a
there.
strange question, I'm sure. However, if I purchase one of these storage units, is there anything in the zoning that prohibits me from living in it if I choose to do so? And I recognize I work with a variety of populations, so I'm just interested.
Asking for a friend, huh?
Right, asking for a friend. And that's probably a staff question, I don't know.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of a restriction except that maybe a living unit would be required to have a bathroom and cooking,
Yes,
things like that.
I'm along with you there, Matt. I think it would get down to like occupancy permits and what you would need to do to be able to qualify for that for residential.
I did see Mr. Cox on virtually attending the meeting. I didn't know if maybe he might have a comment here on that.
Why, thank you, Chairman Green. I think my comment would be, I think it probably could, as long as the base CUP use allowances would allow residential, but it would have to be developed that way. It'd have to be a dwelling unit and not a condominium storage box, so to speak. Does that help?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Hearing none, do we have any action that we'd like to take on this?
Move for approval, subject to staff comments.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Hartman to approve per staff comment, second by Mr. Florence. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Next case, PUD 2020-00007. It's a city zone change to create Wynn Senior Village PUD located at 4640 East 15th Street.
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners. Roland Ziegenberger with planning staff. The case you have before you is a zone change from single-family residential to PUD planned unit development to develop the site or redevelop the site, which was an existing, it used to be a USD 259 school. Most recently was used by the Catholic Diocese as a Catholic school, and they have sold it to the applicant for the redevelopment of the site. The purpose of the PUD is to allow for low-density multifamily housing facility, specifically targeted for those age 55 and older. However, the PUD doesn't necessarily have the authority, or the zoning code does not have the authority to stipulate the age limit. That is beyond the purview of what zoning should do. That would be up to the discretion and the enforcement of the actual property owner, that they do not rent it out to anybody over the age that they're intending. It is going to also include a on-site community gathering space to offer resident activities, community support services, in-house facility management staff. This is not any type of licensed nursing facility, so it's not like a Home Plus facility. It's not intended to be a aging in place where there's going to be nursing staff involved, or it is simply for independent living, as people were to, if they were to need future medical care or something like that, this is not the place for them. It is not necessarily to be designed as like a quote unquote nursing home as people were to age. Just want to make that clarification. The existing school building, if you go to the aerial photo, Paul, the existing school building is on the south portion of the site. They can see there is going to remain and be renovated and be used for the community facility. If you go to the site plan, Paul, I think it's several slides there you go. You can see here a conceptual design. You can see the school building on the south side. They're intending to build two, I believe, no taller than 2-story apartment buildings north of that with kind of green space in the middle, and then the parking for this facility surrounding the outside. There's access points to the parking on the south side off of 15th Street, as well as on the west side off of Pershing. There's 2 access points off of 15th and 2 access points off of Pershing. The proposed PUD would allow MF18 multifamily residential in addition to personal care services and personal improvement services. That's something like a beauty salon or somewhere to get your nails done, licensed massage therapy, things of that nature, kind of low intensity office type uses. Restaurants that serve liquor can be developed and may serve liquor as long as food is the primary service in the establishment. The PUD specifically prohibits all industrial and agricultural uses. In addition, exterior audio systems that project sound beyond the boundary of the PUD are prohibited except for those times associated with a community event, and those would have to follow the noise ordinance within the city code for the city of Wichita. In addition to providing apartments for seniors, the applicant would like to operate a cafeteria room to sell items that vendors would provide. There would be no in-house kitchen, and no fruit preparation would be on site. This room would be open to the community as well as the tenants. Furthermore, the applicant would like to provide on-site spaces for uses that fall under the personal care and personal improvement services that I talked about before, which could be a beauty salon, barber shop, fittings and alterations, laundromat, nail salon, things of that nature. These would be open to the community as well. They would not just be tenant exclusive. The PUD text contains language regarding the height and control of the lighting and light poles and architectural controls, which are pretty standard, that all the buildings would have to have the same look, feel, and character, and that the light poles would be of the minimized height and directed down and away from shining outside of the property. They are asking for a 20% parking reduction for the uses, and that covered parking would be permitted. This is not necessarily an unreasonable request, especially for redevelopment cases where they're trying to bring in a use within existing kind of infrastructure areas. Sometimes the parking doesn't necessarily match what would be required in the code, but for redevelopment, we often favor or look to allow for a reduction in parking in order to make the uses work. As I mentioned before, the height of the buildings will not exceed 2 stories. Landscaping shall be, and screening shall be in conformance with the landscape ordinance. The property on the east and north sides of the property will have a 6-foot screening fence, but the PUD is not going to require any type of a screening fence along the west side or the south side, except for on the west side, they will have a 6-foot fence screening the parking. So there will be a 6-foot fence on the west side screening the parking, but where there is not parking on the west side, a screening fence is not required. The applicable landscaping from the landscape ordinance is required for the property, so you're going to have landscape buffers on the east and the north side, kind of buffering the existing residential from the multifamily residential development. One monument-style sign will be allowed on 15th Street with a height limited to 6 feet and have 90 square feet of signage. Will be non-illuminated directory sign, and there will be non-illuminated directory sign for each use. If you go back to the zoning map, the surrounding area is very contiguous. You can see it's all single-family SF5 with single-family homes. Fairly structured neighborhood here. It was platted back in 1950. This was platted as Reserve E, and as I mentioned before, it was used as a school, and this was on the Kenmar addition. Public utilities available are on site. They may need to extend it within the site depending on where they are needed for the building. Both Pershing and 15th Street are paved two-way local streets with sidewalks on both sides. Or there's a sidewalk on the east side of 15th Street, or east side of Pershing Street, and 15th Street has sidewalks on the north side. So there's a sidewalk on one side of each street. The Community Advancements Plan identifies this area appropriate for commercial development, which reflects a full diversity of commercial development intensities typically found in a large urban municipality. Obviously, they're looking for something about more of a mixed use nature, with residential being the primary use on the site, with a little bit of mix of very low intensity, community focused commercial uses. The Central Northeast Neighborhood Plan, which was adopted in 2005, governs the area as well. Various aspects of the plan address the need and desire for senior housing and neighborhoods serving personal services. The vision statement states that the area would like to see a fully equipped senior center that serves all the seniors in the area. Additionally, Chapter 4 of that plan identifies that the development of housing for seniors remains to be a relevant issue. Furthermore, Chapter 4 states that encourages more neighborhoods serving retail and personal services as a priority. The purpose of this PUD meets the spirit and intent of this plan. And finally, the plan that we're looking at, as well as the Places for People plan, which is the infill strategy for the city of Wichita. It identifies the area as within a area of opportunity, which the plan identifies as something that's needing strategic investment in order to help bolster the community or bolster the neighborhood in that area. It is also within a transition zone near the regional center, quote unquote, which would be Wichita State University. So again, the proposed PUD classification meets the spirit and intent of the Places for People plan for infill development, especially in an area of opportunity which needs strategic investment from both public and private sources. Based on all of this information, staff is recommending approval of the PUD with a few conditions and revisions to the PUD text. The first one is adding community assembly and community center as permitted uses under the general provisions number 4. This will take care of some of the intended uses that they want to provide on the site. The second one is to modify provision 6.6 to require screening consistent with the Unified Zoning Code, and to modify general provision 8.3 to specify that one ground non-illuminated directory sign of 20 square feet be permitted in the PUD. It's a little bit changing of the sign regulations. Findings for our recommendation, the surrounding area is SF5 single-family residential, and this site was formerly a school, which kind of makes it a prime place for redevelopment. The suitability for the subject property as it is restricted. It could be redeveloped as single-family residential. It was formerly a school. The site is permitted to continue as a school or to be redeveloped with homes, but recent market trends for infill residential development have favored multifamily developments, usually more in the form of duplexes, but we really haven't been seeing very many redevelopments coming in for single-family homes. They've been more favoring multifamily developments from anywhere from duplexes to higher densities. If we permit the PUD, it will provide housing for seniors and neighborhoods serving personal services, which was identified as a need in the area by the local plan. The development designs incorporate the existing school building, which has been a familiar structure in the neighborhood for some time, and the recommended PUD text should mitigate most of the negative impacts for surrounding properties. The subject property has been vacant for some time, so infill would be a really good opportunity for it. And as we discussed before, it is in conformance with the adopted plans in the area. There's no anticipated significant adverse impacts to community facilities. There have been some opposition to this case. It was heard by the District Advisory Board number 1 this past Monday. Matt Williams presented that case for me. I was at District 5. We were playing planner bingo that night. And there were several individuals who spoke in opposition to this case, and I believe they're probably several of them are with us today. The District Advisory Board did recommend denial of this case unanimously. We can talk through or work through some site pictures real quickly. So this is standing at the corner of 15th and Pershing, kind of looking to the northeast at the playground area for this site. So as you're looking this way, you would then see the future apartment buildings. Can keep going. This is looking down 15th Street towards Oliver. So on the left-hand side of the picture would be the school building, and then you can see some of the homes across the street. Next slide. This is looking at the school building. Next slide. This is looking directly east at the site. Again, this is where you'd be seeing probably some of the screening for the parking, but then the apartment buildings behind there. Next. This is, again, looking a different angle at the school building at 15th Street, looking to the northwest. You can see the houses across Pershing Street from the site. Next slide. And this is looking along Pershing. These are the houses across the street to the west of the site. Next slide. And this is looking, again, kind of at the back side of the school building from the playground yard on the northwest corner of the site. And that might be it. I can stand for any staff questions.
Do you have any questions for Phil? From the commission?
No. Yeah, this is Commissioner Florence.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Did you also talk to the Kenmore Neighborhood Association about this proposal?
We did not.
Also, I would like to know what was the main objections from the DAB board to this type of proposal.
The neighborhood association receives the notification letter that we mail out to the residents surrounding it. We don't meet specifically with the neighborhood association. My understanding of the objections from the district advisory board, and maybe Matt could help me out with this too since he was there. I did read the DAB report, but just in case I get some of the specifics wrong, I believe the majority of the issues that were brought up were actually with the applicant, and she owns several properties in the area, and they're concerned of the look and feel and upkeep of the property. Matt, would you potentially want to step in and give a little bit more details?
Yeah, at the DAB on Monday night, we heard a lot of comments about the applicant and other properties they own. There were also issues with, or perceived issues with the notification. Did everyone who should have got notified get notified? Was the notification large enough? Issues like that. I'm not sure that there were too many issues directly related with the use of the property. Except that it's a resident or a single family residential area. But like Philip said, I think many of those people are here today too, and they can share their opinion with you guys.
Okay, was there a concern about the restaurant serving alcohol?
There is in the PUD language about potentially allowing restaurants that serve alcohol, but alcohol being less than 50% of the sales. You're right, there were mentions that alcohol shouldn't be allowed.
Did that get you satisfied so far, Terrell?
Yeah, I'll let the residents go from this point.
Okay. Mr. Nix, did you have a question?
Yeah, this may be a question for the applicant, but I was interested in the renovation of the building that fronts 15th Street. If we go back a couple slides, if you could. One more. What? Back, right there. So I don't believe the property looks anything like that today. Those were some very large pin oak. I think the pin oak trees in that front 15th, which provide a nice barrier as far as I was concerned with the school. But perhaps when they do the renovation, they plan to kick that thing out toward 15th Street. So maybe this is a question for the applicant. But those trees no longer exist. Those have all been cut down. There are also some big pin oak trees that you can see on the east side. They're probably 50, 60 years old, maybe more, I don't know how old, I don't know how far back Carter School goes. But they've been trimmed up pretty high. It looks to me like they're getting ready to take those down. So that place is just going to be denuded. So my question to the applicant was, does they plan just to kick that thing out, the new building out to 15th Street in terms of the renovation? And was it necessary to take these trees down, which would provide a buffer? We talked about buffering, but there's no buffering now in the form of trees. So maybe a question for the developer.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission for Philip? Okay, if we could have the agent or applicant, and you have, you could state your name and address, and you have 10 minutes. Somebody from GLMV. Do we have anyone here to represent this case?
I know they're present at the district advisory board and they were made aware of this meeting as well, so.
Well, this would be
This is
the,
Haley Thompson with GLMB.
Oh, there's somebody.
Are you ready for the public?
I heard somebody.
Looking for the agent or applicant for the Wynn Senior Village PUD.
Yes, this is Haley Thompson with GLMB Architecture.
Okay. All right, you have 10 minutes to present your case and what you're planning on doing there.
At this time, we are showing this area to be a drive access for the building, and this is how the community center building would be accessed. I don't know if we can show the plan again that shows a drive going through this area.
Is that the
So
drawing?
this is where.
Yep.
Yes. So in this area, from the south looking north, this is where we would have the drop off, the accessible parking for the front of the building. I think this would be required to give good access to the building, and that is what we're showing at this point as far as the appearance from this direction.
Okay. Is that all you have to say at this point?
Yes, that is all I have at this point.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Ms. Thompson from the commission?
I have a question.
Yeah, Mr. Hartman?
Are you in agreement with the three modified provisions that the planning staff listed at A, B, and C on your staff comment sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nix, did you have a question?
Since we have particularly questions from the DAB board, shouldn't we address the issue of some concerns that they have with regard to maintenance of other properties that might relate to the development of this property?
No, we
Ms.
cannot ask
Thompson?
those questions.
When she has some comment?
According to our attorney.
What's he say? He's coming down here to admonish me? Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Be ready to get your license.
I am. Well.
Yeah, Mr. Van Zandt.
Thank you, Jeff Van Zandt. I haven't bitten anybody for a while, so don't worry about that there.
No, just to be clear about this, you know, the sole purpose that we need to focus on is the land use.
Right.
Reputation, anything of that nature is really outside the scope of what this board's supposed to be looking at. So that was my purpose behind that. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other, yes, Mr. Foster.
This is a question for the agent. Could you please describe in detail the repurposing of the school building into a community center? I'm really want to understand better. It talks about a potential restaurant, but yet then we're talking a cafeteria, but yet there's not going to be kitchen facilities and so forth. I just want to make sure this is being repurposed as best as it could.
At this point, plans have not yet been developed for the existing school building. This plan was just to allow for the potential uses, or to provide for those potential uses.
Okay, so I guess there wasn't a kitchen or anything like that in this school when it was a school?
I do not have
Yes.
the details on that.
Okay,
Yes, there was a kitchen there.
there was? Thanks, Terrell.
Yes.
Are there any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Hearing none, is there anyone at Century 2, Mary, that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes, sir. We have two individuals here who would care to speak.
Okay, if you could have them come forward, and they need to state their name and address, and they have 3 minutes.
My name is Pamela Stevenson, and my address is 1562 North Terrace Drive. So around the corner from your area where you're rezoning. And I'm not very familiar with this type of thing. And my concerns are, I've been living in my home for over 30 years, and I wondered how would this affect my home by doing all this rezoning and rebuilding around it. Because I have done recently quite a bit of home improvements for the last 7 years, trying to keep my my home up and inside and out. And I just, you know, I'm just really concerned, and I'm hoping that you all will consider all this, and that the homeowners, the people that do own their homes, don't need to be pushed out. Because I'm a widow now. I just lost my husband a few years ago. And I think that's all I really wanted to find out from the committee.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Are there any
Thank you.
questions for the speaker from the commission? No? Okay, thank you for your testimony. And you said there was another one coming? Yes, yes, please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Kevin Kimmel. I am a resident, close by. We live across the street from McDonald Golf Course, number 9 hole, for those people who play golf there. And you probably had your golf balls end up in our front yard. But I'm also a member of the Landlords Association of Wichita and also the State Landlords Association. And we are somewhat concerned as an organization about how the finances work on a situation like this. Number one, I would like to have some clarity as to what is the relationship between the applicant, the buyer, and the Catholic Church. Is this to be a nonprofit operation? Are there to be real estate taxes paid on the property, or will there be a pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes on this? So will this be a taxed property? Are there subsidies going into the purchase and acquisition and rehabilitation of the property? And will those subsidies be repaid by the developer once they start having positive cash flow? We're also wondering about the developer themselves. Are they going to be receiving a salary? What will be the remuneration? How many staff people will they have on board? But back again, is this to be a non-profit corporation? Additionally, about the use of the property, not many people know what happens when a candy store opens up in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Now, one of the proposed uses for the property was to have a convenience type store. Well, according to the plan, this could morph into basically being like a Quick Trip right there in the middle of the neighborhood, open at all hours. And we all know about the big brouhahas that occurred at Quick Trip at 13th and Oliver before they shut it down. So what I'm saying is the candy store aspect is you create a magnet for people. They come at all hours of the day and night to buy pop, buy candy, buy cigarettes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there'll be a lot of foot traffic coming through the neighborhood, particularly young people. I'm thinking that all commercial sales activities involved in this property would be better suited for the corner of 13th and Oliver, where the Kenmar Shopping Center has had a great deal of economic hardship. There are stores leaving there. There are stores vacant. The Capitol Federal site will soon be available as they're building a new building. I'm thinking that these personal care services and the food services and the food sales could be done at 13th and Oliver, which is only 2 blocks away. And it would be much more appropriate there than to have all of this in the middle of a residential neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Kimmel.
So
Mr. Kimmel,
one final
Mr.
question
Kimmel,
is what was the purchase price of the property?
Mr. Kimmel, your time is up. Can you wrap up your comments in about 30 seconds?
Wait, just as a quick question, what was the purchase price of the property?
Okay, do we have any questions for the speaker? No questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. I know the agent heard your question, and I don't know if that's purview to this conversation or not. So, is there anyone else from Century 2 that would like to address the case?
No, sir, those were our 2 speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone virtually that would like to address this case? And if so,
There is, I do.
okay, if you could state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Which one?
Go ahead.
All right, Deborah, you are a neighborhood president who hasn't been contacted. So you want to speak first, and then I'll speak.
Ma'am, you have the floor right now. If you could give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Maxine Bostic. I live at 4601 Vesta Drive. My husband and I purchased this house in 1969, and that Carter School, our 5 children graduated there, and it was built in 1941, and it is eligible as a historical site. We're gravely concerned about this emergency meeting to change and purchase this old Carter School. I also represent a nonprofit, and the current applicant's request for zoning change does not serve the needs of the community as a school or a community center. you would hardly want your kids down there while liquor is being sold, buying candy. While I do not personally know the owner, I know about her because her renters have lived in front of me and they have poor reputation. I have a hole in my window from one of her renters having shot through my my front window. And to mention several other things, I've reported her renters for selling drugs, shooting at home, running illegal gambling parties out of the properties that she owns. Examples of Harbin Rentals, multiple homes and communities that condone drug use, gang member activity, have inhabitants with less favorable backgrounds have become a screw strike society. Uh, the liquor sales itself will not just increase walk-in traffic, but more of that same kinds of traffic. Many times I've contacted the Wichita Police Department to lodge formal complaints against the rental properties that have brought down the community's quality and potential as I've lived here. I'm a retired educator and counselor for the public schools. I care deeply about children and families. I understand people have fallen on hard times. Everybody needs a place to call home. But the reputation of this lady and her organization to craft a plan to revitalize Carter School as a named community center, but do not have the components is not welcome. I hope that the body of elected officials will strongly consider pivoting towards any decisions that would jumpstart revitalization and become a pilot for children. It's going to increase traffic. It's going to increase the need for more police involvement. It's going to bring in more violence. After doing a brief property search, it is clearly evident there's rental property owners that have used the convenience of ownership to get more personal income that will continue to rob our community of being the great community it once was. I have
Ma'am,
property. Give me 30 seconds. And I asked,
you
they
got,
already started accessing the property. They've taken the signs down. They trimmed the cut.
thank you, ma'am. Your time was up about a minute and a half ago. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to ask the speaker any questions? Hearing none. Thank you again for your testimony. Is there anyone else virtually that would like to address this case? And if so, if you could...
Yes, my name is Deborah Sellers.
And your address?
4314 East Vesta Drive.
Thank you, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I've lived here for 30 years and raised my kids here, and I am concerned about the use of the building and the area and the parking. There are a lot of children in our neighborhoods that are in the neighborhoods that are walking in the neighborhoods. I've been the neighborhood association president probably the last 10 years, and we did not receive any notification of these plans and what the landlord was planning to do with the school. We have hopes that the school would be able to become a resource center for our neighborhood children, an area where our neighborhood children can go and be there and have sports and so forth. And with this, that is not the case. So the analogy about the candy store was excellent because those areas are there for their convenience. and so forth. So I want to say that I do agree with what Ms. Bostic is saying, and it is my hope that you guys would judge fairly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sellers. Are there any questions for the speaker from the commission?
Yes.
Yes.
There was reference to a neighborhood association plan that had identified need for senior living availability and services for seniors. Am I understanding you say that the plan was really for services for children in the neighborhood? Or could you tell me about that neighborhood plan?
I want to say that in 2005, I was raising 6 kids and I really wasn't that involved, and I'm not sure about that plan. The plan that I have talked about with our community members and so forth has been to progress along the line of our teens and young people and our adolescents. So I have never heard of a plan for senior citizens because we're single family dwellings. So I've never even heard them speak of building that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you, Ms. Sellers, for your testimony today. Are there any other speakers that would like to address this case?
Yes, I would, please.
And can I have your name and address, please?
Yes, Lavonta Williams, P.O. Box 21298. And I live in the Kenmar area. And thank you for this time. I will say that you could see from some of the photos that it's a beautiful piece of property with the school, and there was playground equipment and all of those put in place. I do have a few questions that I would like to see if I can get answered at some time or another. I would like to know how many people are we trying to put in the apartments, and looking at the parking, is that adequate for the number of people? I think the number of people is very, very important. I also want to know, is there somebody that's going to document whether or not someone is 55 and older, or are we going to let just anybody go into those apartments when they are empty? That's a huge concern for me as well. So I'm looking at accountability is one of the things that I'm asking about. There are so many things that we have not heard about this property, about the project, and about what's going on. There are so many unanswered questions that I feel uneasy going into this, and I am asking that we deny this project. You know, I look for high expectations of my landlords. Can I receive those high expectations of this apartment facility that's going to be in a single family area? I don't know that I'm going to get this because of some of the history that I know of the agent. Do I know of nuisance problems? Yes, I do. Do I know of violence problems? Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I had someone call me this morning pertaining to the very applicant that we are talking about. So that is a problem for me. I want to know, is someone going to live on the property as they manage it? Is somebody going to be responsible for 55 and over, the 70-year-old? Who is going to be there, and who's going to be taking care of property? All of the above is very interesting for me to understand. I'm asking all of these questions because I don't feel like we can actually change a zone until we know exactly what's going to happen, till we know exactly what's going to be there. So that's important to me. I was very offended at the even thought of alcohol the other day at the district advisory board meeting. Is that going to be a persuasion to move forward? Was that an advantage? No, alcohol is not the end all be all. And so that was not a determining factor for me. As a matter of fact, I considered it an insult to say that there will be alcohol that will be available. So that was not something that I wanted to hear. So as I close, I would definitely like to have some of those questions answered. I just need so much more than what I was given. I do know that that immediate community deserves the same quality of life as you or I would want. And I think that that's what we should look at. As we talked about notifications the other day at the district advisory board meeting, I also explained that we do have rentals in that area. Do the notifications go to the rental person or do they go to the owner of the home, the landlord? Most of them, if not all of them, go to the landlord. And the landlord doesn't care because the landlord doesn't live there. So that's an issue for me. So those are just some of the things that I'd like to see us look at, that I'd like to see us address before we just say, okay, you can have this zone change, go on and build what you want. We don't know what the want is. And so those are some of my concerns. And I appreciate you listening to me. I know sometimes I get a little stirred up, but I'm very passionate about the community and the people that live there. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Levanta. It's good seeing you again, by the way. Are there any questions for the speaker?
And good seeing all of you.
Yeah, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address this case? Hearing none. We'll bring it back to the agent for rebuttal, and you have 2 minutes.
We do not have any knowledge of operations or finance. We can only speak to the uses and the site plan provided for the PUD.
Okay. So, Philip, this is a PUD for the single-family residential zoning.
Well, PUD is its own zoning classification. It's a custom zoning classification. So the PUD document becomes the development standards for how it's going to be developed. They can do custom uses, they can do custom setbacks. Pretty much you don't necessarily throw the zoning code out the window, but we use it to help inform, and it can be morphed into something. Typically on a PUD, they may state a base zone classification, which just eliminates their need to go into all the detail. But generally speaking, it's a custom zoning classification. So the text of the PUD becomes very important, because if it's not addressed in the text, or if there's not a zone classification to then default to, it can become a question. So in terms of permitted uses, you want to be very specific on what is allowed or what is not allowed. It's one of those things that if you don't state it's allowed, it's presumed not allowed. It's not like you could say, well, it just didn't say it was not allowed. If you are very specific and these uses are allowed, then it's only those uses that are allowed.
And if they don't have it called out, then does it fall back down to the underlying zoning?
We try to catch that. It doesn't necessarily fall back to the underlying zone. This PUD, general provision number 2, says development standards will be per MF18 multifamily residential unless modified by the PUD. And so that is our base zoning, that if we have a question and the text of the PUD is not specific about something, we look to MF18 to say this is what is. So when you look at that, you can say, in MF18, what is permitted by right? What is, and in terms of uses, what are the setbacks? What are the height standards? Stuff like that. And then you go to the PUD, and if something is modified in terms of the uses that are permitted, like the commercial ones they're requesting to do, or reduction in the parking, the changing into the screening requirements on the west and the south sides. That's how that changes, is you start with MF18, but then you look to the PUD document to see how it might be modified. So in this case, we do have a base zoning classification to go back to.
Okay. Some of the concerns that Ms. Williams had concerning the on-site management and age restrictions and those types of things, we don't have any oversight for those types of issues, correct?
I do not believe so, or I do believe so that we do not have the oversight, especially when it comes to the age. I know for for an example, and I don't know how this would apply to this, we might ask Jeff here, we have a certain use where it's like a self-storage warehouse that our zoning code actually requires a resident manager. I don't know if that can be applicable to this zoning classification.
Philip, Scott Wadle, Planning Director, I'd recommend that we defer to legal counsel on that one. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff Ansant, Assistant City Attorney. A lot of the questions I were hearing in here maybe could explain that what we're doing here isn't necessarily like if a plat was being done and some of the specifics they were asking questions on would come out. It's a little different because of the PUD. We do not have anything, to my knowledge, that would require an on-site. All of those are subject to the business plan of the developer, okay? So we don't have any control. It's whether if they allow somebody lower than age 50 or whatever their guideline is, that would be subject to their requirements and internal controls. There's no outside supervision of those kind of aspects. Anything pertaining to maintenance or anything else would be the equivalent of any other property, would be an MAPC complaint. You know, there are requirements that they have to have on-site trash, that kind of information. There are restrictions if they do develop a restaurant, as was discussed, and they wanted to have alcohol. More than 50% of the business has to be food related. If it was a dining facility that wasn't otherwise, you know, then it would have to be potentially catered, and the caterer would have to have an alcohol license if they were to do that. Under a circumstance like this, if there were no minors on site, theoretically, just like in your own home, you can bring your own bottle if you wish to drink, that kind of thing. So I can't, you know, there's a lot of territory here that's been brought up, and a lot of it's not what we're doing today, and it's outside of what we can look at or what the city in question would have the ability to control.
So the residents that have these concerns, knowing that that's not anything that the Planning Commission has control over, where can they go to get those types of questions answered and or issues resolved?
Yeah, you know, like there are some other questions. For example, they were talking about a convenience store or something of that nature. Without seeing a business plan, I don't know if that's something that is subject to the public coming in to use, or if it's just the occupants in that facility that use it. There are a lot of those kind of questions that I really can't answer until more of that kind of information would be revealed. You know, again, it would be like if somebody's having trouble with a quick trip, you've got MAPCD, you've got the police, you've got those kind of factors. Otherwise, I really can't answer. I don't think I can answer anything specifically without, you know, if I had the business plan in front of me, then I could address those specifically, how our code would handle if somebody had a problem with one of those matters.
So just theoretically, going forward, how does the applicant go about getting a building permit and start to do all of these things with unknown questions?
Well, I might ask JR to pipe in, but my understanding would be if they wanted to do something, it would have to be authorized in this PUD. Just like if it's a single-family residence and you wanted to build a single-family home, fine. If you wanted to put an apartment there, you wouldn't be able to get a permit to do that because the zoning wouldn't allow for it. So when an application for a building permit were to be made, you know, our planned review department would review the PUD to make sure it fell within those specifications. And just like Philip said, in this particular case, if it's not listed and it's not otherwise authorized in the MF-18, it would be not allowed. So they're trying to be very specific to that. That would give the planning review department the chance to scrutinize that in relation to the building application.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Scott?
Yeah, I'd like to add a little bit more perspective to the conversation too, and Jeff, bounce off some of what you've said there. I think part of the question that's come up is that members of the public have come up with citing issues with the operations, are things that they've cited, and potentially some of the uses. And so I think part of the question that you're confronted with is, what are you as the Planning Commission, what's your jurisdiction, right? What are you able to make rulings and advise on? And in this case, really it's the land use and it's the configuration of the site. When it comes to the operations, how would they restrict the ages? What would the hours be? Some of those things. We start to get a little bit beyond the land use, which is really your purview in the configuration. But the issues of what's allowed on the site and where it is on the site, how the parking is configured, how much parking, those are all in your purview. How they restrict the ages is not. How the quality of how they maintain the buildings and how they operate it in terms of noise issues or other complaints, that is not something that you can regulate. There are some specifics I know when it comes to like drive-through lanes and audible speakers and those kind of things that you can, but by and large, the other issues are more nuisance. Is that right, Jeff? I'm just trying to help out.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, basically, they're wanting like, you know, the multifamily type structures here. They've said that they intend to restrict the selling of those to people over a certain age, if they do or they don't. Basically, your stripped down to the thing is like a multifamily use on this property permissible? The rest of the information was speculation as what they might want to do in the future, and they're having to put it in now so that way they will have that ability if they so choose. But
okay. Yeah.
That's kind of where we are.
Yeah. Mr. Hartman, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I had a question for staff. Now, in the report here, it states that they want restaurants that serve liquor can be developed and may serve liquor as long as food is the primary service of the establishment. But then later on it says there would be no kitchen and no food preparation on site. So how do you sell liquor?
My understanding is it'd be catered and vendors would come in and be able to sell food and drink.
If they have a license to
If they have a
do
license.
either one.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. I would be against allowing liquor on this site. Mr. Dewell?
Yes. Mr. Dewell?
Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good. I want to make sure I understand what this transaction is. It appears that the Catholic Diocese owns the property now.
No.
And they're wanting to get these changes of the use of the land approved, and then they're going to sell it to Mr. Wynn, or is the diocese going to continue to be involved as an owner? I think as a planning commission, we do have a right to know who the owner is and what the planned use of the property is.
Yeah, we received an email, I think it was yesterday or the day before, from Fleeson Gooing that says that representing the Catholic Diocese, that they no longer own this property. And they have no more need to be receiving any information whatsoever. Is that right? How I'm reading that?
That is correct. At the time of application, the Catholic Diocese was still owning the property. They were in contract or negotiations to sell the property to Ms. Wynn. And since then, now that we are here, the closing of the property has actually happened, and the Catholic Diocese is no longer involved. They had to be involved at the beginning because they were the landowner, and the contract buyer, Ms. Nguyen, wanted to start the process of the rezoning, and that was part of the contract, is my understanding. And so they were involved from the beginning because they were original landowner. The land has subsequently changed hands. The Catholic Diocese has no longer owning it, has no ties to the property. They do not intend to be involved in the property in the future. They even went as far as to say, regarding even future correspondence regarding the zoning action, like not even to bother sending it to them because they're not involved anymore. Right. So truly now it is in the hands of Ms. Nguyen, and her agent is GLMV Architecture, and they are moving forward with this property however they can, and they're the ones seeking the zone change, not the Catholic Diocese.
Okay. Thank you. Does that help you out, Bob?
Yes, I think it does. So I'm to understand that the lady that's been talking to us is representing the Winds and not the Catholic Diocese.
That is correct. Haley Thompson with GLMV Architecture is representing Ms. Nguyen. The architecture firm was hired by them as part of this project, not the Catholic Diocese.
Okay.
All right, good.
Mr. Chair, if I could,
yes.
Just a point of clarification regarding convenience store. Under the use categories of personal care services and personal improvement, convenience store is not permitted. That's not what those use categories are. Those are more, again, for personal care and personal services like a barber shop or, somewhere you can get alterations done, a nail salon, massage therapy, stuff like that. So nothing like a quick trip would be permitted on the site based on how the PUD is currently written.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Foster and then Ms. Fox, is right? Mr. Foster and then Ms. Fox.
Could you go a step further on that? Because I've got 4 items here of concern relative to making a motion, but one of them is related to uses. Please describe any commercial uses that the multifamily would allow.
Well, in addition to the multifamily permitted in MF18, the only commercial uses as permitted or amended by the PUD would be those personal care and personal improvement services that I've generally described. And we can pull up the zoning code online if we need to. If you give us a minute, we can actually get it a little bit. We don't have an exhaustive list. We have one that generally encaptures that, and if somebody submits something, usually we have it fairly narrowed down to what exactly it is. And then that restaurant type use or community room type use where they could have people come in and cater food or drink as permitted in the PUD. Those are the only commercial uses.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Help me understand what the definition of a community center would be, as opposed, I'm having this frustration. It feels like it's a little mini mall inside the multifamily area, but a community center would be people aren't owning portions of that building and I have my masseuse parlor there.
Right.
It would be shared space where I come occasionally to provide these services. Is that
right.
what it would look like?
It's more of a congregating hall, not necessarily like a community, and this could be even something for the agent, for the applicant to chime in on, but it's not necessarily like an event center, but it's like a congregating space. Like I apologize that I'm failing to describe it very well. Again, the very specifics of what they're intending to do is probably more on the onus of the applicant or the agent to speak on. Because in terms of a defined use, that's not a defined use. They talked about having community events.
Any other questions?
The only information I have at this time would be a social gathering space, I think typical of what you would see accompanying apartment complexes.
Can I get a definition of restaurant? Because a restaurant, it says you have to sell food. And now you're talking about somebody coming in and catering, And that is usually on an occasional basis. Restaurants are more permanent.
Yeah, Ms. Thompson, do you have any, guidance on that or any information or?
That has not been defined yet.
And Philip, can you elaborate any on that for Terrell?
Yes, give me one moment here. I can actually read you
Okay.
the definition of restaurant here. I'm
Okay.
scrolling through the zoning code. Bear with me. So it states an establishment where the principal business is the sale of food and beverages in a ready-to-consume state, including the retail sale of alcohol, liquor, or cereal malt beverages for the consumption of premises, but not as a tavern or drinking establishment as defined therein. So it doesn't necessarily, it's not a bar. That's what a tavern or drinking establishment is. So it's, you know, the sale of food in a ready-to-consume state, including the sale of alcohol or cereal malt beverages to be consumed on premises. So it doesn't necessarily, a restaurant doesn't necessarily mean you actually have a kitchen. It's just for the sale of ready-to-consume food and beverages on site.
Okay. Terrell, does that help?
Well, I understand what he's saying, but you know, let's move on.
Okay. All right. Mr. Foster?
Mr. Chairman, are you prepared to take a motion for this?
Let me see, are we at that stage? I think we are at that stage. Yes, we are. Please do.
As we've listened to the case here, I've jotted down a few items that relate to solely a land use decision, how we go about that. When I looked at this initially, at face value, I thought, well, this would be great for the neighborhood. Some multifamily, it's consistent with some of our plans that we have on record. However, as the discussion has unfolded, I've come to the conclusion that this has not been thought through very well.
This is what?
It's not been thought through very well. And you can see by the confusion of the neighbors and things, but coming back to making a land use decision, the opposition letter that was sent out as an email is very well written by Ms. Bostic, and that's what started to get my attention to think more seriously about this. But we've listened to that. I'm concerned about traffic. I don't think we have a good understanding. This is in an internal situation here. And if some of these uses that have been talked about come to fruition, I don't think the traffic's been considered well. Having this in the center of a neighborhood here. I don't think the uses have been thought through well or clarified for us. And also, I don't think the repurposing of the elementary schools have been thought through very well. So at minimum, I would make a motion for deferral, but I'm prepared to make a motion to disapprove the application. But to put this into a motion, I would make a motion that we defer this until our next meeting in hopes that there would be time for the owner to address some of these concerns from the neighborhood and clarify some of the items that I've mentioned here.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, I agree with part of that with Mr. Foster. When I first seen the case, I thought it was ideal. An existing school building, you see some of them sitting around here, nothing happens. Nice lot. As far as traffic, I mean, when there was a school there, buses and so forth, there was lots and lots of traffic. So I don't see this being any different than that. Yes, it's not all thought out, but being in the development and construction business, I know that sometimes you have to get this part done so you can go back and finalize your plans of exactly what you're going to do in order to justify the project. And what comes first, I don't know. So I'm not probably against the deferral. but if I had to make a decision today, I'd probably approve it.
Yeah. And to address some of your concerns, Mr. Foster, I think that staff has done a fairly good job of trying to delineate the
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of order?
Yes.
Before we have the discussion on that, I think we need a second to the motion.
Okay.
If no second, then we're discussing something that doesn't need to be discussed.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Ms. Miles. So as I was going to say, I think that staff has done a pretty good job of trying to delineate the PUD to cover all aspects of what can be expected and what they would feel comfortable with as far as approving this request. So while I like what Mr. Foster said about deferral, I would again probably be more like Mr. Johnson and go ahead and approve what's before us, simply because I think the staff has done what they feel needs to be done for this PUD. So
Can I make a statement?
you can make a comment, you bet.
Okay. I approach this from a unique perspective because I used to be the neighborhood inspector in that area. And so I'm familiar with the area, I'm familiar with the people. What seemed to be a good idea is not. And this is not a good idea. And it will be a very, it would have a very negative impact on that community. And I'm more in favor of denying it than deferring it. Because like I say, I do have a unique viewpoint in which I do look at this from. So I will go along with the deferral, but you know, I really wish that we would deny this because that will have a very toxic effect on that community. I know, like I say, it looked like it was a good idea, but it's not.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Warren?
I'm looking at this and I'm finding that I think the fear and the major of the objections fall on the applicant and not the plan. What I'm seeing here overall is what I think can be a pretty good plan, and in effect the PUD creates a base from which you can now plan what you're going to do. The only thing that within this PUD that's got me a little concerned as a base, in effect what we're creating a base right to do something is the alcohol sales, and not knowing the arena around alcohol sales and exactly what that would be. My take would be to approve minus the alcohol sales. That could always be added back in at a point once the plan was developed as to when and how that could be used. That could be, you could amend the PUD with a real plan. But right now we're allowing certain things to happen, and I think there's enough information here to allow multifamily. I think multifamily would work for that. I think that there's a lot of positives from that standpoint. So I would make a substitute motion to approve minus the allowance of alcohol sales as provided in general provision number 4.
Do we have a second?
That's second.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Mr. Warren to approve with the removal of alcohol sales. And it was second by...
Is that legal?
It was a second by Mr. Johnson. Any further discussion on this?
I would,
Foster?
and this may be a legal question.
Yeah.
I'd like to amend my motion for disapproval of the application.
Second.
So, Mr. Porter here, help me out.
Yeah, currently Robert's Rules is in the 11th edition. I think that's in the 12th, so. I love it when an attorney, you come up and go, I got nothing for you. I think in the past, we have allowed the modification of the original motion. Since the original motion, even modified, is different than the substitute motion, you'd still take up the substitute motion first.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
all right, so
I need to understand the modified, what,
he's moving to deny
okay.
completely. So, do we have any further discussion on the substitute motion?
Yeah, I just need to say that I'm not basing it purely on the applicant. It's not a good fit within that particular neighborhood.
Okay.
And so.
Okay, thank you, Terrell. Any other, yes, Mr. Radel? Did you have something? Yeah, Hartman?
What did Terrell say?
He said that he thinks that the idea of having multifamily in there is toxic to the neighborhood. Any other comments or questions? So we will be voting on the substitute motion first, and that is to approve the request less the sale of alcohol. And is that legal to do? Mr. Van Zandt is nodding his head yes. So we'll take a roll call, please, on that.
Yes, sir. Green?
Aye.
Bill Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. McKay is absent. Gross? Shane Gross?
Aye.
Fox?
Nay.
Aye.
I think that was a delay on Shane's. So I got you down. Ms. Fox is nay. Duel?
Nay.
Blick, I believe, is absent.
Yep.
Mr. Nix?
Nay.
Foster?
No.
Warren?
Aye.
Joe Johnson's absent. Miles?
Nay.
Hartman?
Aye.
Florence?
Nay.
6-6.
6-5, and
Oh, 6-5.
nays have it 6-5.
Yeah, it's 6-5. I counted one more than I should have. So the motion carries to.
No, but the motion fails. The nays have it 6-5.
Oh, it was 5-6.
Yes.
You had it correct when you counted. Yep. So we have,
Okay, so then we'll go to the original motion of denial. And we'll have a roll call, please, again.
yes, sir. Green?
Nay.
Bill Johnson?
Nay.
Mr. McKay is absent. Shane Gross?
Aye.
Fox?
Aye.
Duel?
Aye.
Blick is absent. Nix?
Aye.
Foster?
Aye.
Warren?
Nay.
Joe Johnson is absent. Miles?
Aye.
Hartman?
Nay.
Florence?
Aye.
I have 7 voted affirm on that motion.
That's what I had. Okay, so the motion is to deny. So, moving on to our next case here, we are looking at item 4.7 would be PUD 2020-00011. which is the PUD for Riverfront Village.
Kathy Morgan, planning staff. As you mentioned earlier, Chairman Green, you do have a new general provision that increased the acreage on parcel 1 to 7.13 acres. I wanted to point out that this is, if you look at the general provisions of the PUD statement, please note that, all right, I've got too many different things here going on. Okay, that the PUD does include, its underlying zoning is Central Business District, which has a broader range of permitted uses. It also has no height limit on the buildings that are constructed in that area. It does, under land uses, it allows parcel 1 and 2 to have heliports, tattooing and body piercing facilities that would otherwise not be allowed. It removes the supplementary use regulations that would allow the drinking establishment within a 500 foot from a church or worship facility, and allow a nightclub in the city. It does have architectural controls so that it is in concert with the design guidelines of the Ballpark Village Master Plan. It does have landscaping requirements, and the landscaping must be maintained, and it has a financial guarantee for the plant material. The building setbacks are in compliance with the base zoning district unless it's otherwise noted on the face of the PUD. Screening of rooftop mechanical, trash receptacles, loading docks, and shall be in compliance or in accordance with the Unified Zoning Code and or as indicated in the recitals of the Ballpark Village Master Plan. Parking, there were some concerns about parking, and Scott did get in touch with Assistant City Manager Scott Rigby, and it is his understanding that the developer's agreement indicates that there's going to be a parking garage built on this site. That is correct, Scott?
I don't know, perhaps we should phrase it as, it's our understanding from other city staff and economic development that there would be a garage built on the site.
Okay.
Now,
On this site.
That is correct.
Right.
Now, I would defer to the applicant to help answer any specifics
Yes.
on that.
Thank you for that clarification, Scott. Let's see. The other item is General Provision 12 that has, in regards to transportation, the access controls are on the face of the PUD. There will be a site circulation plan that will be submitted for review and approval by the Director of Planning and the Zoning Administrator, and it shall conform again to the recitals of the Ballpark Village Master Plan, and there will be a plan for a pedestrian walk system as part of the PUD, and that's something that came out of the pedestrian, that we have a master pedestrian plan that has been adopted for the city. Staff recommends that this application does comply or is in concert with the Ballpark Village, the comprehensive plan, the Delano neighborhood plan, and it's consistent with the spirit and intent of these plans. Also, adjacent to McLean, this site is noted as a long-term priority for walkable development and is included as an acceptable hotel location. So with that, I would answer any questions that the commission may have.
Do we have any questions? I've just got a couple. Could you address that? You said that alcohol is permissible within 500 feet? Of the church?
Yeah, the use regulation that they called out in the land use and development 3C. It says it shall be exempt from the supplementary use regulations as cited in Article 3D 6W, which is in reference to if you have that type of a use within 500 feet of a church or place of worship, you have to file for a conditional use. So it's removing that requirement.
And then the second thing I had was the pedestrian, the walkability. You're not referencing the pedestrian bridge across the river?
No, it's internal. I believe it's all internal. Maybe the agent can answer that question. Okay. But it's my understanding that that would be internal.
Just internal walkability. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Foster?
This relates to my earlier question. Just please confirm, is staff comfortable with the transit garage that parking needs are going to be met?
Kathy, I'll take that one.
Okay.
I think it would probably be helpful to hear. I think it would probably be helpful to hear from the applicant and from their agent about what they've got proposed, because they can give you the latest and up-to-date assessment of parking needs and what they intend to do in the future.
Okay. Do we have any other commissioners with questions for the staff? Okay, hearing none, if we have the agent or applicant, you have 10 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Brian Lindeback, MKEC Engineering on behalf of the owner and applicant. I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
All right, great. This is a pretty exciting piece of ground, as everybody probably can imagine. It's a very historic property, which is why there are so many protective overlays on this property. As you probably might know, there's the Delano plan that covers this property, but there's also a baseball master plan that covers this property. The properties surrounding this have CBD zoning, and not so long ago, I was part of the River Vista zoning case that converted that property to CBD. And of course, the Ballpark Village PUD that was just approved about 1.5 years ago has much of the very same language that this PUD has. And so I think it's safe to say that this PUD is in concert, very much married at the hip, if you will, to the two PUDs. So I think that's important to note. There's been a lot of study that's gone on with regard to parking. I know that seems to be a pivotal issue here. The staff has done extensive work. Some of the previous staff that was at the city and the planning department had also done a lot of work on the parking requirements. There's also a developer's agreement that was spoken about earlier. That developer agreement was put into place after that PUD for the ballpark village was approved. And so that developer's agreement was approved about a year ago by the city council, and it's on file and of record. And in that document, there's a substantial section dealing with parking improvements and different criteria that it's a 115-page document, so I can go into details on it if you want. But I think the thing to note is that provisions have been accounted for extensively. There certainly will be changes as development processes and understanding what will be rebuilt in that space. Be more discussion on parking improvements, but there's provisions that have been put in place to account for parking needs. I think it's also important to note the developer that's redeveloping this is Layham Development. I think many of you are familiar with his development work in the past, and so he's a seasoned developer. He's going to do things in a Class Act way, in a Class A way, where provisions are going to benefit probably not only him, but all in his development endeavors, but also the community at large. And so I think that's an important thing to note here is we have a seasoned local developer that wants to further the progress in this location. So I think I've covered a lot of the questions. I'll stand for any further questions.
Any questions for the agent? Yeah.
Mr. Frost and I have been on the same page on this one.
I was just waiting
So
for
you got a 100+ page document that talks about parking. That doesn't tell me anything. My concern is that we're going to allow buildings to go in here, and the people that use those buildings are going to be parking in the ballpark parking lot, or creating a problem for the businesses that are in that area, or creating a problem for the ballpark. What I want to know is the applicant confident, and is the city confident that there's adequate parking? I'm not sure who can answer that question, but that is the bottom line question. Is that we're gonna allow a lot of buildings to go in, which is great. I think that's fantastic, but I don't want to do it at the expense of over flooding the landscape with people that can't park and become angry because they got to drive, a half a mile away to find a place to park.
Scott?
Yes. What I can do is I can help provide some context for the surrounding area. And then, Brian, what I can do is leave it to you to kind of address the particular site, the individual site here. But in terms of the context for the area, one of the things that comes up often is concerns about events. And so I want to address that first, to say that the Wichita Transit / the Transportation Department has put together plans for how to facilitate parking and transportation to the ballpark. And that involves a combination of utilizing existing parking resources, both within this area and parking resources on the other side of the river, because it's certainly more cost effective to utilize what you already have, especially when during, a lot of the time after work and on the weekends, they're not heavily utilized. And so that is, there's a strategy in place for how to deal with that. Of course, with COVID-19 and all the curveballs we've been dealt since, it's going to be a little bit flexible, but there is a plan in place for events. When it comes to parking in the district, parking is a challenge in a successful area, right? I mean, it's kind of like Yogi Berra used to say, like, nobody goes there because it's so popular, right? Like, there's too many people. But what's happened is that there was the Delano update that was done recently, and in that, parking was identified as an issue. It came up during the public discussions. Subsequently, there has been a parking master plan that is in draft form that's been developed for the city. We're still in the process of assembling that and getting that together. But it looks at districts where there are parking challenges and ways to address that. And sometimes, in some locations, and Delano is one of them, is you can address parking through a combination of both facilities and capacity, so number of parking spaces, but you can also address it through management of parking. So do you put in place time restrictions, such as we're done on Douglas in the last 6 months, right before, I'd say more than that now, right before the ballpark was scheduled to be open, or meters or other means. There are subsequent conversations that need to take place with these districts based on it, because each district will have its own needs and therefore it'll have its own solutions. So that is another aspect. So you've got event parking that we have a plan for. You've got the Delano district itself, which there is a overarching citywide plan, and then there are some details that still need to be worked out for the Delano district and conversations to take place. And then in addition to that, the third thing that I would bring up is the multimodal center, which is in the process of being developed on that site at Texas and Sycamore. And I'm looking at the specifics. I pulled that up on the website, and it was 551 spaces is what they were reporting when they went out for public input. And again, 7 stories tall. And it's not just parking, but it'll also facilitate transit, scooters, and bicycle rentals. So it's more of a multimodal facility as well as the parking. So that's kind of the context in which the environment for this. And so if there's any questions for that, I'll take those, but otherwise I'll turn it over for Brian to talk about the site itself.
Mr. Warren?
You've lowered my anxiety level from an 8 to a 2, so I'm doing a lot better. Talking about all those things, helps a bunch. I guess the last question I would have from that is that anything that would be built on this site has to go before somebody to make sure that it still fits in within that parking plan.
The provisions in the PUD really say that no parking is required. So what happens is that it really becomes a marketplace decision by the developer about how do they best meet their needs, their audience, their market, right, their customers. And so the nice thing about it is that we don't require them to provide too much parking, because we know that there's challenges that happen when you do that. There's it's a inefficient use of land. It can be detrimental to other modes like walking. It can increase distances for walking and other things. But at the same time, we also know that in a marketplace environment, they're going to want to provide enough to make sure that customers, and manage it so that customers can get in, do their exchanges, do their business, and get out. So yeah. And the other thing too that I would point out, sorry, one more thing, is just that with parking, there's also you got to think about long-term parking, like employees who are going to be parking for 8 hours or whatever it may be, who don't necessarily have to be parking have the most convenient parking, versus customers and people who are visitors who maybe would really the most convenient parking is most important for them. And so the parking management really comes into play here. And there are opportunities, given the location of this, for parking facilities that are a little bit further away, but are readily available with lots of spaces.
I would like to point out too, remember we have the development agreement that does have certain, I don't want to read the 117-page document to find that, but that will also provide some guidance for the number of parking spaces that this development will offer on site.
Mr. Lindeback.
Yes, sir. I guess I could just say thank you. I think the parking scenario that was just discussed was very robust, and there's just a lot of thought that's been put into it. We're going to continue to think about it with regard to what development plans our client has. I think the most important thing is that they're not going to do something that's going to shoot themselves in the foot. They've got it might be one of the most expensive projects they've developed. I would hazard to guess. So there's going to be a desire to do it very well and very successfully. So if people can't find a place on their business to park, that is a problem. And so I think that when we talk about market demand, yeah, that sounds kind of wishy-washy, but it's very real, and there's going to be a lot of thought put into that on this parcel. And reading the developer's agreement, I've got some information to share with you. There's a minimum of 100 parking spaces in the developer parking garage that will replace the current surface lot. There's things that we put into a parking easement, so there'll be some parking there. So I mean, like I said, I can go into reading through this whole thing and kind of walking you through some of it, but I think that the important thing is to know that the provisions are put into place here that are going to be long lasting and good for this location.
Okay. Okay, I just got a thumbs up from Mr. Warren, gave you a thumbs up, Brian. So are there any other, yes, Mr. Foster.
Does there need to be anything in the general provisions that tie back to the developer's agreement? Or does the developer's agreement specifically reference the plan we're talking about here?
I'm going to let Jeff answer that. I think it would be relatively easy to put that in the PUD language, but legally, I don't know the ins and outs of that.
You need to give that man a microphone back there.
We do.
I might suggest that might not be a good idea just due to the contract type zoning. I don't think that's probably a great idea.
I would settle for somebody turning the bin off back there. I'm in a meat freezer, so I apologize for the code. But
that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Without it, if they wanted to change it, then they'd have to amend the developer's agreement and have that approved, which would be kind of a laborious activity. And then if it was in the PUD, then and there was some amendment, then it potentially would have to amend both the development agreement and the PUD again. So I'm not 100% sure. I think it's necessary to tie that together because of the amount of effort it would take to change that aspect of it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the agent? Hearing none. Is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to address this case? Maybe Century 2 is...
Sorry for that. No, there's no comment here from Century 2.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to address the commission on this case? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the commission, since there is, unless Mr. Lindebeck has one last comment. If not, we'll just bring it to the commission. Brian, you got anything else you want to add?
No, thank you. I appreciate the offer.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the commission for action.
I'd recommend a motion to accept 4.7 as presented by staff.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Fox, second by Mr. Florence to approve the request as presented. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously, 10-0. We could have our next case here, PUD 2020-00012.
Yes, good afternoon again, Commissioners. Philip Zievenbergen with planning staff. PUD 2020-12 is a zone change request from single-family residential to PUD planned unit development to create the Pike Addition planned unit development number 80. The property is located on the north side of West Maple, approximately half mile west of 151st. You can kind of see there it's kind of down smack in between 151st and 167th Street. The purpose of the PUD, number one, encompasses the majority of the Pike Addition, which is the Taliesin subdivision that is currently being constructed. The addition consists of 330 platted lots, but the PUD excludes 38 of them. On the PUD drawing, they were grayed out in gray. That is because those are currently owned by individuals who have already started purchasing property away from the developer and constructing their homes. So this only applies to the remaining 291 lots, or 292 lots, if I did my math right, that the developer still owns. And so the majority of the lots that are exempt from this are towards the south end of the development. The majority of it extends to the properties to the north. The PUD would permit accessory apartments by right, in addition to one non-resident employee for home occupations. So the text of the PUD restricts everything to single-family SF5 development, which it is now. It's just providing the provisions to allow individual property owners to construct an accessory apartment without having to go through a conditional use process. If the zoning were to remain as it is right now, SF5, each individual property owner would need to come through a conditional use process, a public hearing process, in order to have an accessory apartment approved in order to be constructed on their property. The PUD text retains all of the language within the zoning code for the character and development standards of those accessory apartments. They have to meet all accessory structure setbacks. They have to meet all the, follow all the supplementary use regulations found in section 3D7E, which are that it state that only one accessory apartment is permitted per lot. The appearance of the accessory apartment must be compatible to the main dwelling and the character of the neighborhood. The accessory apartment shall remain under the same ownership as a principal structure, so that cannot be divided or sold or be like a condominium. And the water and sewer services provided have to be under the same ownership as the principal as well. So you have one water meter, one sewer meter. Other utilities such as like electrical cable, stuff like that can be separate, but at least the main public water and sewer have to be under the same ownership as well. The text goes on to say for home occupations, there are no additional provisions in terms of what home occupations are permitted. All the standard ones that are restricted by the zoning code are permitted within SF5. What they're allowing to do is have one non-resident employee allowed within SF5. If it were to happen right now, technically only the resident could be the employee of the home occupation. So if you had a home office, you can work out of your home. This would allow maybe a coworker or a friend of yours to come to your home and work out of your home office. Or if you had a daycare, you could have a non-resident employee, somebody who does not live with you, come in and help run and operate your business, either out of the home or the accessory apartment. They're mutually exclusive. You don't have to have, it's not saying you have to have the accessory building to do a home occupation, or you have to have the home occupation. You could have the home occupation in your home and not even build an accessory structure to do so. That's not what this PUD is going for. The compromise between, with the number of non-resident employees, if you think about it as potentially a two-dwelling site, so potentially like a TF3 zoning, TF3 does allow one non-resident employee. It's somewhere between, SF5 allowing 0 and SF20 and rural residential, which is some zoning around this site, allowing 4. Obviously, we don't want anything closer to 4. Those sites have much larger minimum lot sizes, so you have less density. So you're not looking at, providing that much increase of traffic. So for SF5, we felt it was acceptable to allow 1 as a departure away from 0, and that being a reasonable compromise. As you can see from the zoning map in front of you, the surrounding mix of properties is RR, which is in green, or SF20, which is kind of the brown tan color. There's some SF5 around there as well, and one commercially zoned property right next door along Maple, and that's an RV camp, kind of an RV park. I should say that some of the reasonings, and the agent for the applicant can delve into this a little bit more too. Behind this is obviously we're in some changing conditions here. Some of the thought processes would be, you know, there might be individuals with aging parents who may want to not have their relatives in nursing facilities, and so they could give them their own separate space, but still be able to then care for them on site. You could also use it as having a second space to have your home office now that more people are working from home, and we don't necessarily know when that's going to change. You could also have a separate space to, you know, have a space for your kids to do school. When it comes to rentals, this does come up with the District Advisory Board. That is not something that is governed by the planned unit development. That is not something governed by the zoning code. Really, the city does not want to get involved in enforcing whether or not an accessory dwelling is, you know, property owner occupied or renter occupied. That is something better dealt with the HOA covenants. So if a subdivision does not want rentals, they can put it in their covenants, which are a private agreement within the HOA, that rentals are not allowed. And so just a fair warning of a heads up, we have this case today, but at our next meeting, we actually have 2 additional PUD separate cases that are same developer, same request. It's becoming a question of whether or not, you know, rentals could be permitted, or people being concerned about rentals of people doing the accessory dwelling unit and then renting them out. So I do believe, and again, the applicant for the agent, or the agent for the applicant can confirm this, I do believe in the Taliesin development, their covenants do not allow rentals. And so at least for this case, it doesn't seem to be a major issue. But in 2 weeks, that could be part of the discussion. See here, make sure I'm not losing my place in my notes here. Okay, public services, they are available on the site, of course, as the development continues to increase, those will have to be extended. Maple is a paved 2-lane arterial road, and all the roads within the development will be paved 2-way local streets. The community investments plan identifies this area for new residential, which encompasses the vast array of residential densities. So this is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. Being out close to Goddard, it's not within the established central area. Overall planning staff is recommending approval of this. The conditions of approval are just our standard ones for PUD, of providing us, you know, final drawings for us to review and approve, and recording various documents with the Register of Deeds, stating that there's sorry, my brain is kind of mush. Special conditions, there we go. I should just read my report. Special conditions for the development of the property. So the findings of our recommendation are the zoning of the neighborhood are various low-density residential, as presently zoned single-family SF5. Accessory apartments are permitted. They would just have to be done by conditional use. The developer is pretty much doing this for people. It's not saying that he's going to be building spec homes with apartments attached to them. It really is coming down to whoever buys a property now has the opportunity to do so. To say that every single person of the 292 remaining lots is going to have a home occupation or have an accessory apartment is probably not fit for reason there. You could probably assume that some of it is going to happen, but in terms of the vast extent of it happening is probably highly unlikely. The property was previously agricultural land, but is now being developed as single-family homes. The proposed changes to create the PUD should have no significant issues to public health, safety, and welfare, especially governed by the PUD text. And there are no anticipated significant adverse impacts. And at the writing of the staff report, our planning staff did receive 2 phone calls regarding the application, looking for some more clarification. Neither were really against it. They were just more concerned about what exactly is going on and how that could potentially affect them. So we can go through some very quick site pictures. There's not too much to show just because it's fairly undeveloped land still. This is the RV park that is directly west of the property. That's looking north. I'm standing on Maple, or just on the shoulder of Maple, looking north. Keep kind of going through. This is the eastern side of the development. This is the main road going through. It's the entrance to the development. These are some of the existing homes that are currently being constructed. Keep going around. This is kind of standing back where those homes are looking towards Maple. This is looking northwest, that's Maple and then some of the SF20 zone land across the street. This is on the western extent of where one of those cul-de-sacs would be. Speaking of which, those cul-de-sacs on the western side are emergency access for the fire department. This has already been platted, and in terms of, it only has one main entrance, but in terms of fire code, having the emergency access is sufficient from a fire code standard. They do have contingent street dedications on other sides of the property. As property around it were to get developed, you could have additional access points from other sides of the development as other properties gets developed. Can keep going through the pictures. This is looking across the street to the south. I believe that's a church and some of the SF20 zone property. And again, kind of looking at the SF20 zone property across the street on the west side of the development. With that, I can stand for any staff questions.
Do we have any questions for staff?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I told you over the phone earlier today, but DAB 5 heard this on Monday night, and they recommended unanimous approval of it. Again, there was a conversation of possible rentals or anything like that, but there were no public speakers in opposition. It was just more of a discussion amongst the DAB members.
Okay. Any questions for staff? The only one that I've got is I know that this plat was approved, I guess probably back in December of 18. And I know at that time there was considerable discussion centered around the access to this subdivision. There's one way in and one way out for 330 lots, and now we have 292 lots that could wind up having, will have the potential of doubling the number of residents that are in this subdivision. And, you know, it still comes back to me being an issue of access to and from the subdivision, and it becomes a serious safety issue. I know that as a part of that approval, we did have the one or two of the cul-de-sacs, southwest corner, be emergency access for fire, which they would have a key that would unlock the gate that they could get into that. And then there are some emergency access points or contingent street dedications to the west, north, and east. What requirements are there in place for those contingent street dedications to actually have a hookup if and when development occurs to the east, north, and west? I know in the past we've had situations where, yes, we've had that contingent street dedication, but then it's been removed
or petition be removed.
Yeah. So,
it all depends on the development that happens around it. And I believe, I haven't read this specific plat, but one of the ones that we talked about in terms of a vacation case over in the Four Oaks neighborhood on the northeast side of the city, it's technically in the county, but it's getting very close to the city. There was a request to vacate a contingent street dedication, and it never actually came to fruition because the property owner to the south did not sign off on it. The text of that plat stated that it would be on the, if a street hookup comes in or a street comes in and were to line up with that dedication, then it would be open, and it's on the new developer to actually install and pay for the improvements of opening that street connection into this development. I guess my understanding would be as property around there is developed, trusting the platting process, that they would look at this development as they're looking at a new plat to say, hey, we need this street connection in here because we want not only a second point of access for the new development, but providing a second point of access for this existing development. So I don't necessarily know, and Scott can probably chime in there, in terms of the guarantees of those contingent street dedications being opened. Again, it all depends on if and when development happens around the subject property.
Yeah, and I guess I see that as kind of a disincentive if the people that are platting adjacent to this or any subdivision that has contingent street dedications, that they would then become responsible for paving for that. I could see a significant disincentive for that developer to design his subdivision to have that connection be made. So that's just the point of contention. Like I said, I know that there was considerable concern about the number of lots with one point of entry and exit. Mr. Foster.
Philip, what's the requirement for parking related to accessory structures? Is there none?
Not per accessory structures, no. For a single-family dwelling, it is one space per dwelling. Going and visiting this development, you're looking at a minimum of 2 car garages, if not 3. And so when you count the spaces in the garage and the driveway, you're anywhere from 4 to 6 spaces per unit, per dwelling unit in this. So in terms of available parking for one additional non-resident employee, there shouldn't necessarily be any issue, knowing that you're looking at 5 to 6 times more parking provided for a single-family dwelling than required.
I'm looking a little further than that in relative to Mr. Green's thought is now there's a potential for 290 now, more vehicles.
292.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Philip from staff or from the commission? Hearing none, if we have the agent or applicant, you can state your name and address, and you've got 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Phil Meyer with Baughman Company, agent for the applicant. So this is one of Jay Russell's newer developments. This is a new marketing.
You froze up on us, Phil.
Item that he could result, or I should say is a result of. This is what you would have called for years the mother-in-law house. And in the light of what people have gone through the last year, Jay thinks this would be a great marketing thing that it could be your mother-in-law house. And I know he took his mother-in-law and moved her out of assisted living for a while because they were in total lockdown. This could be a place where you go work. And the intent is we're going to build these between the garage and the front door and a little 500 to 600 square foot seat in front of your house, if you choose the plan to put that in there. So you have a courtyard separating you. If you are a homeschooling person, you can walk the kids across the courtyard to do your schooling in this room. Could just be a hobby room or a man cave. So I am guessing, and this is pure my guess, you'll have 5 to 10 out of every lot built on. Maybe 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10 people would choose this casita plan option. But any lot you pick that has not been bought or built on yet, you would have that option as well. We put the PUD together the way we have. And then we did go ahead and add the one employee option in there. I would guess if you had 1 out of 30, that actually brings an employee out there with them. It is possible for an administrative assistant to help you occasionally part-time or something like that. So I've heard the concern about traffic. I don't think you're going to see that we're loading this facility with a lot more traffic. It's more of an option for homeowners to use with their family. And it could be a college kid that you move in there for a while. So with that, I'll quit babbling and I'll answer any questions that you guys may have.
Are there any questions so that Phil can babble some more?
Thank you.
Any questions for Phil from the commission? Yes, Mr. Foster.
Phil? Can you hear me there, Phil?
Yes.
I jotted down a question in that, should there be a condition or something put in the general provisions that requires covenants to be put in place to notify each purchaser of a lot there? Because we've had situations, and I'm thinking of some other cases where speakers will say, well, I didn't know that. Should there be some provision here that makes sure that if somebody starts building an accessory dwelling and the next door neighbor didn't want it, it's kind of a buyer's beware thing. Should there be a provision such as that?
Well, one of the requirements upon your approval of this is we'll have to put a notice that gets recorded at the Register of Deeds that will be acknowledgement at closing, one of the many documents. I would also tell you that this particular developer does a very thorough job of acknowledgements at closing, and I think it's covered that way better than us adding a note to the PUD, because the PUD is not recorded. It's on file at planning department. So one of your requirements is for me to file a notice of the PUD, and that's what's going to land in everybody's hands.
Okay. Mr. Warren?
Follow-up question to the same issue. I agree that JD does a great job when it's sold new, but I'm thinking 10 years down the line when this thing resells, and there's 2 or 3 properties that are lined up, none of them have an accessory apartment, and then one puts it in. I know that they do things like for special assessments. Is there a way to create a notification system that makes sure that when a person buys in an area like this, that's different than what you normally see, that they can be aware of that on the front end?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. So the first sale that happens, Jay is going to disclose it to the buyer, obviously, and they're trying to market the option, so they're going to know. On a resale down the road, this notice of PUD that we're recording at the Register of Deeds is going to show up in the title work. I'm not sure what else I can do or what else I can do that would notify a potential buyer, second, third, fourth time home buyer, that that zoning option is out there other than the document that we are recording at the Register of Deeds. So I'm not opposed to what you're saying. I think we've got it covered at the moment, but I'm open to that discussion.
I don't have an idea. It's just an issue, but I don't have an answer.
Okay.
It's a pretty simple one-page document that's not too hard to read, but I hear you that most people don't read it.
Yeah, they just want to close and go. Any other questions from the commission for the agent? Hearing none, is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to address this case?
There's no one here at Century 2 to comment on this case.
Thank you. Is there anyone virtually that would like to hear this case? Or speak to this case, sorry.
Yes, this is Mike Patry at 6101 North 199th West in Colwich. And we have the agricultural property to the west, and we have an interest in developing that, just concerned about traffic. And I think that's a real concern. Maple as well as 167th Street, if ours is ever developed.
Okay? Is there anything else that you would like to express at this point?
And no, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patry. Is there anyone else virtually that would like to address this issue or this case? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the agent for rebuttal if you have any.
I don't know that I have a rebuttal. You know, Maple eventually will be an urban standard subdivision or urban standard street when development drives that need with the city. So from a traffic standpoint, not worried about Maple Street, and I've heard the planning commissioner's concern about us adding additional traffic, but I really don't think what we're proposing is going to add additional traffic to these streets. These homeowners with or without this casita would have the same number of cars in that lot. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for action. I'm not sure what the motion's going to be, and I'm not going to make a motion to deny, but I still have serious concerns. While I think this is a great idea, don't get me wrong, I think this is a fantastic idea. I don't know if all subdivisions are suitable for this, and one reason why I have the concern with this subdivision is simply because there's just one point of entry point on Maple Street with the potential of having streets that would tie into it from the east, north, and west. So, Mr. Warren.
I guess I remember that discussion, and I'm trying to think, why did we allow that?
I've got it right here. The reason why I pulled it up from the minutes. The reason why we did allow it was because of the contingent street dedications to the east, west, and north, and that we also the cul-de-sacs, if you remember, were longer than were required, so they enlarged the cul-de-sac bulbs. Right. Yep. And then we had the emergency access there for fire at the southwest corner, on that cul-de-sac there at the southwest corner, so that there was another point of access, but that was fire related. And fire was happy, and they were okay with that decision. For me, the potential of doubling the number of residences in there causes me concern, so.
Yeah, I share that concern. I got a quick question. Can we designate where those possible accesses will be on this plan?
The contingent street dedications were included on the plat that was submitted for final approval. So, yes, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I think since we approved it before, I'm gonna have to approve it again. With the understanding that, yes, we had a speaker that must own property to the west and he wants to develop it. So apparently there's gonna be other development around it. So, and I know there won't be every one of these houses built overnight in there. And once Jay starts selling some, probably somebody on the east, west, and north will probably think they want to get on the bandwagon too. So I'm going to move to approve for staff comments.
I'll second.
Mr. Nix on the second, Mr. Johnson, Bill for the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Yes, Mr. Foster.
You know, one thing we haven't talked about is the potential for additional vehicles related to employees. Now, you know, I don't envision all of these developing with an accessory apartment and the employee condition, but when staff did the report, was that taken into consideration and run by traffic engineering? The potential for additional traffic based upon altering the uses within the development?
No, it was not taken in front of traffic engineering.
I might suggest, now, I'll just clean up a couple things here. On that plat, if I recall right, a goal was to have those short the contingent dedication as short as possible to lessen the impact of cost for the adjacent buyer. Remember, that was a goal, and that's what was accomplished. Just for discussion purposes, would it make sense to either have another motion or amend the motion so that we have traffic at least take a look at it, so that that concern can be allayed, that there's a record that that was considered?
Mr. Warren?
So basically, the approval will be subject to approval of traffic? Okay.
Is that an amendment that you're asking be?
I'd either I'll make that as a motion or just ask that the original motion be amended. I think it's a technicality, but I think it ought to be on record.
Mr. Johnson?
I guess I'd like to ask Phil his opinion of that.
Well, I don't honestly know that it's necessary. I don't think I'm going to be opposed to it if the planning commissioners want to do that. So for example, you know, most of these garages are 3-car garages, and we've got 5 or 6 off-street parking spaces per lot. And you can easily put 1 on-street parking space per lot. But if you had an employee, which is going to be minimal, it's off traffic flow. So your employee is going to roll in at 8 or 9 in the morning while everybody else is leaving, and they're going to leave at 9 when everybody else is coming home. So from a traffic engineering standpoint, I don't mind you checking with the traffic engineer, but the additional traffic this would create is off-peak hours. And I say not off-peak hours, but off-peak flow. So I don't see that there's going to be any issue with this at all. And that's my unprofessional traffic engineering opinion.
Thank you. I think, you know, I'm probably not totally opposed to that, but I just don't. It seems like every time we turn around, staff comes up with a very good list of stuff that they've looked at and approved, and I feel like we got to add something to it. And this is very complicated to develop, and I'm not for putting a lot of other deals, because if we do it on this and we'll do it on the next one, and then we'll have 2 more things we'll add on that one. And, you know, guys, some places got to stop, and I think staff does a great job, and I'm not for doing it, but if that's what it's going to take to get it approved.
Mr. Foster, what's your wish here?
Well, I'm not seeing the parking as the issue. I'm seeing it more so as recognizing the concern for the emergency relief exits on it. And I defer to Mr. Green. You got the best take on that. I don't feel that strongly about this. I just think we need to consider it.
Okay, that's fine. So we have a motion on the floor to approve. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Nay. Yeah. Okay, moving on to our last case here.
They locked this place up at 5, didn't they?
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, better make it quick, huh?
Whoa.
Yes, security goes home at 4:45. We've got the single zone case 00048.
Yes, this is Zone 2020-48. The applicant is requesting the rezoning of the subject property from SF20 single family to SF10 single family in order to redevelop the property. The property is located east of Greenwich and north of East Pawnee Road. The subject property currently includes 2 structures and is approximately 187,000 square feet. The neighborhood is a mature residential area within the unincorporated portion of Sedgwick County. The properties around the subject site are all zoned SF20 and are developed as single-family homes. On August 6, 2020, a rezoning of the subject site to TF3, 2-family residential, was denied at Planning Commission. Subsequently to that, subdivision case 2020-49, a replat of this property, has been put into process, and that plat has been deferred pending the outcome of this request. It's my understanding that the applicant first put that in conforming to the SF20 zoning, maybe 5 or 6 lots, I believe, and then changed their mind and wanted to have more lots. So right now their plan is for 13 lots to be replatted of this property, which requires this SF10 zoning. So that's why they're waiting for this zoning to go through before they finish that plat. Development of the property does present challenges. Sedgwick County Public Works has indicated that South Ellison Street in this location does not have sufficient right-of-way to support construction of a street that meets the minimum paving standards. The applicant will be required to dedicate additional right-of-way and guarantee paving of the street adjacent to the property as part of the platting process. The City of Wichita water and sewer utilities are available to this site. Wichita Water has indicated that the water line will need to be replaced, or the applicant will need to get the fire department to sign off on allowing fire hydrants on a 6-inch water line as opposed to the normal 8-inch water line, and that will need to be prior to construction. The applicant will also be required to submit a study on the sanitary sewer utilities to ensure capacity is adequate. The community investment plans identifies this area as residential, so rezoning the property from SF20 to SF10 is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan. We can go through some photos real quick. Next slide. This is the site looking west. Next. There you can see a couple of the older structures on the site and the quality of the road that's right there. Next slide. Next. And these are some of the properties around there zoned SF20. Based on this information, we are recommending approval of this request, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions for staff? Matt, the only question I have is the paving that's to be guaranteed. Is that a typical paving project where both sides of the street will be responsible for the paying of that pavement, or will it just be the subdivision, this platted area?
I believe that the applicant in this case will be required to meet those requirements. That's a condition of the plat that will be coming through. And speaking to Neil, who does that, the applicant has agreed to that condition for the plat.
To be responsible,
I believe that he's agreed to be responsible. He's agreed to dedicate the minimum right-of-way and support construction of meeting. To be honest, I don't know if he's paying for that.
That'll be a question for
yeah, that'll be a question for the applicant if they've agreed to that.
And then I guess the other one, I know that there's the concern about the sewer that these lots will be connecting to. There's going to be a study done of that sewer. If it's found to be deficient, again, is the applicant paying for that sewer replacement, or will it fall on to the, both sides of the back lot line to pay for that. So I guess those are two questions that the agent can respond to. Thank you. Any other questions for for staff? Hearing none, if we have the agent or applicant.
Yes, Kirk Miller, K.E. Miller Engineering, I'm the agent. And we're fine with staff comments. We initially submitted a plat for 7 lots. And then we found out about the county requirement for the paving of the road. So we decided that trying to pave that whole road and split it among 7 lots was probably cost prohibitive. So we decided to see if we get a zone change and get 13 lots on there. That's all we could be able to get on there. And they'd be lots that are 80 feet wide and 133, I believe, feet deep.
You originally were going to have duplexes on there too, weren't you? Is that?
No, that was a different developer.
Okay.
This is all single family.
Thank you, because I vaguely remember that with this area, so. Okay, and then the sanitary sewer, you've got no problems with testing that and making sure that it's sufficient?
Well, the comment was to see if it would, like size-wise, capacity type thing. So we'll look at that and see. If it's not, then the whole project may go away, but.
Okay. Mr. Foster has a question?
Yes, Kirk. So the paving condition would be for the entire roadway. I'll say both sides, but it'd be the entire roadway to a county standard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Mary, is there anyone at Century 2 that would like to speak to this issue?
Yes, we have one person here today.
Speak to the case, okay. If you could state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Robert Kant. I live at 2224 South Clay Lane. I have the house alongside of me at 2230. This property that they're questioning about is right behind me. And the reason I'm against that is me and my wife have lived there for 41 years, along with our neighbors, both of our neighbors. We like it the way it was. We've had people that move in just the houses next door that have family, 2 kids, 3 kids, and they moved out there primarily for 2 reasons. One, the big lots and the street clay with Kincaid and Ellison make a U-turn. That limits the traffic down to a very small amount. You put these 12 houses on this other side, it's going to increase the traffic in there. The kids play out there. Now they're not going to feel safe. They're going to have to put a fence out there to keep their kids safe from all the extra traffic. And also, you change this from SF10 20 to 10. That's going to open it up for anybody in that area. The people that have the 4 acres on the other side of Ellison, they're going to say, well, yeah, now they've got SF10. We can open our 4 acres in the SF10, and maybe we can even get them to change it to SF5. You know, we don't live out here, so we don't care about the people who live out there. That's their problem. The same way with the guy that wants to change that. He doesn't live out there. He just wants to build these houses so we can rent them out. We have those renters. The other thing is, we just had this 6 months ago in August. It was denied then. And back in 91 or something like that, there was one person wanted to change one lot. Their lot they got from the tornado. They wanted to change it, just that one lot. That was denied then. Why has there not been any denied since then? It's because the people in that area don't want to change. They like it the way it is, or they would be changing their lots. Also, we were talking about the sewer. Jim Weber, when we had this thing years ago, I asked him, will it handle SF10? He said, I'm not going to say yes or no, I said, would you say somebody asked you? You said, I would prefer no, because I don't want overloaded sewers. And as the sewers age, they're more inclined to overload. Plus, if the sewer not handles it and got to be replaced, I do not want to be assessed the price for it. And another thing is, that land right now flows to the west-northwest. When we get 1.5 to 2.5 inches of rain, that water flows across there and it flows into my shop, and I get 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch of rain in about 1/3 of the shop. If they build these houses there with all the roofs and the pavement and everything, that's going to cut down the amount of ground area for that water to soak in. Then when it rains, I'm going to have 1/2 inch to 1 inch of water, not in a half part of my shop, but in my whole shop.
Mr.
I
Cant?
don't have the room to put a dam up there.
Mr.
I
Cant?
don't have that area to do it, and I shouldn't have to put a dam up there. That should be his responsible to put drainage back there so it will drain it down to Kincaid, down over to Bel Air and Crest, which the people there are already complaining about that already.
But Mr. Cant?
Also, the water built up in the neighbor's yard and the other neighbors where the kids play.
Mr. Cant, your time is up. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes, this is Linda Nicholas.
Okay, if you could state your address, please, Linda?
We live at 11426 East Pawnee. We did receive this letter. I know the gentleman that owns this property. We just went through this back in August to trying to stop the duplexes. I'm not sure what they're trying to put on this property again. There's no description in the letter of what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
all these lots out here we're on a 1/2 acre. Most of these lots here on this section are 1/2 acre. We're a large development with the houses that have been here for years. And if they're trying to cram in a whole bunch of small little housing projects, and like Bob was saying, the road, it circles around. You don't go out through another street. It's just like one big U shape. It gets back to a lot of traffic and school buses. Of course, they're not running right now, but hopefully this year that they will be. It's going to be a traffic jam again.
Okay. I believe that the intent of the developer by going from single family 20 to single family 10, they're planning on putting in single family homes. So you can rest assured on that at this point for this particular case. Are there any questions for Ms. Nicholas from the commission?
Who is the developer?
If hearing no further questions, are there any other speakers that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes, this is Mariah Moon. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Your name
Hello?
and address. Your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Are you speaking to me?
I'm speaking. Yes.
Hello? Okay. My name is Peggy Cody, and I reside at 11251 East Bel Air. Do I have my 3 minutes?
Yes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I would like to address the company or the applicant on this issue. And I heard the frustration in my neighbors' voices. I know when they purchased this, they knew it was an SF20. That came as no surprise to them. And I understand that they're asking you to change it to an SF10, which sounds like no big deal to people that really haven't delved into this, and many of us did since that August meeting. That means, even though it doesn't sound like a lot, 13 homes. normally a single family home would be on 20,000 square feet. Now there'll be 2 single family homes on that 20,000 square feet. So 13 homes, twice the housing that would normally be, twice the cars, twice the people, twice the congestion, and the footprint that will be left on this neighborhood is immeasurable. I understand they want more revenue in business. I understand that. I understand for Sedgwick County, it's a bigger tax base. However, it's not always more important to have more revenue and bigger tax base when you take into account the quality of life for the people that live here. And there's a reason that we live here. So it's not being closed-minded about this. However, the biggest expenditure, the biggest investment that most people have in their lifetime is their home. And most people cannot afford to just say, oh, I don't like it now, they changed it to an SF10, I'll move. They don't have that availability. Furthermore, a good point that Bob had was, does this set a precedent? If it's an SF10, can anyone that moves in here or has land say, you know, I think I'll put 2 houses on my 20,000 square feet? Also, I would like you all to clarify, if I'm understanding it correctly, if, and I hope you don't, but if you do vote yes on this, is our only recourse to file a petition that we can get from your development office? Is that our only recourse? As I understand it, I've done a little research of when I could get an answer, that 20% of the people that live within 1,000 feet of this project have to get a petition filed 14 days from today. And if that petition is successful with 20% of those people that live within 1,000 square feet of this property, then when it goes to the Sedgwick County Commission, and that I wanted to confirm with you also, that this goes for a final vote to the Sedgwick County Commissioners, then they have to have a supermajority of 4, not 5, to pass this. Otherwise, if we don't get that 20%, does it still go to the Sedgwick County Commissioners for final approval, and then it would just be 3 out of 5 necessary? One last thing. I do thank you for talking about the information, but the lady that just spoke, she was accurate that we've gotten really very little information on specifics. I'm wondering about the specials, not only the road. Did the agent commit to they will be paying for all of that? If water lines or sewer lines, etc., will these people that live directly, and how far out does this span for people to incur specials? Because that's something that would greatly impact someone if they can't afford those specials, and they're wondering if this stayed SF20, they wouldn't be incurring these specials. So thank you for your time.
You bet,
I
Ms. Cody.
appreciate your consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and hang on for just a second, because I believe that staff will address your questions concerning a protest petition if in fact this is approved.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
So yeah, this is Matt Williams, the planner here in the department. It sounds like the description you gave of it was pretty accurate. Anyone that's within the 1,000 foot radius of this property would be eligible to submit a protest petition to be part of that 20% of real property around this property. And if you hit that 20%, then you're correct. You would need a supermajority vote at County Commission for this to pass. I would just note that you can email one of the staff members to get that protest petition application, or it is on our website. And we need that to be submitted to the county clerk within 14 days of today's hearing. So if you have any other questions, I can answer those for you.
Well, actually, it was due to the people speaking to me and my husband from your office in the last couple weeks, and it was hard to get a hold of some people with the holidays, but they were very helpful and forthcoming in giving us, we had a lot of questions. So they gave us accurate information apparently, and I so appreciate that. And now my neighbors on this call, Jim Howell is our representative in this district, so if you feel passionate about this, let your voice be heard. Thank you for your time, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you. Is there anybody else virtually that would like to address the commission? Yeah.
This is Mariah Moon. Can you hear me?
Yes, your name and address, please.
Yes, sorry. My name is Mariah Baruman. I live at 11450 East Kincaid, which is just about 10 feet from the property that we're talking about. I'm at the north side, just right across the road. And the Ellison Road is actually, it runs into my property. So when the question was initially asked about will the developer be paying for the road and things like that, when the answer was, oh, it's kind of unknown at this time, he probably will, that concerns me. Second of all, just to echo with the neighbors, we moved out here for a reason. We don't want to be in a highly congested area where there's a lot of traffic. We want to be able to have, you know, safety for future children to play in the yard and not be concerned about who's driving through the neighborhood. And I know that speaking with other neighbors who are very educated on kind of the sewer system and the water system, that's always been a concern. It would have to be improved upon, and that could charge a lot of the people in the area because they would benefit from that essentially, but it's not necessary as the neighborhood stands now. Aside from that, we moved here in July. We had to fight the development of the duplexes in August. It was extremely stressful because the property value concern, people don't move out here to be surrounded by a bunch of houses. They move out here because there's somewhat of a space between. And if we go ahead and do this development, it's just going to kind of decrease the home value. It's going to make the neighborhood not as unique, not as comfortable. And so I just want to really emphasize that having just moved here and bought my first home with my husband and planning to have children and stay here for a long time, I am extremely concerned about the continuous requests to change things. And I think if somebody wants to have that lot, they should remain consistent with the characteristic of the neighborhood as it exists. And I think the county commission has a good record of respecting this community and maintaining that.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody on the commission that would like to ask her any questions? Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you think if this wasn't approved, would you and your neighbors be willing to pay for half of the street improvements in front of your homes? In that way, maybe they'd only build 7 on the other side.
Ma'am? Mariah?
Sorry. Yeah, my connection cut out. Was that addressed to me?
Yes. You want to ask the question again, Mr. Johnson?
Do you think that your neighbors would be willing to pay for half of the road improvements if this wasn't approved, and maybe then the developer wouldn't need the 13 lots on the other side?
No, I don't think anyone in the neighborhood that I've spoken with, and I have spoken with many of my neighbors, are interested in any changes. I know last time we talked about it back in August, we really weren't concerned with Ellison Road being improved because most people don't use that road.
Thank you.
But I can't speak for the neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else virtually that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes. Robert Curry, 11020 East Clark.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, you ready?
You bet.
I was a little concerned that we didn't get an answer on who's going to pay for the water and the road and the sanitary and the storm sewer. I would think that would be been done many times before in situations like this, and all worked out about who's going to pay for it.
The agent is online, and he'll be able to address that question for you when it's his turn to speak again.
All right. I had also most of the lots. We have a acre and a half. Most of the lots are acre and a half, or even 3 acres, as you can tell by looking at the screen here. And we really don't appreciate having a lot of 10,000 square foot lots developed in this area. And I understand he needs to make money, but you know, I would have thought he would have figured that out before he put money down for the lot, for the land. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. Any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who would like to address the commission on this case virtually?
Robert Gelzat, 11251 East Bel Air Street.
Okay, thank you. And you may begin.
I just want to address a couple of things, and I'm going to keep emotion out of this because all of these issues are emotional. I know I've done some research. I've been to the county planning office. I've asked questions. And what was really concerning is I was not able to be provided a site plan, which I was under the impression that was supposed to be a public record. And not being able to know exactly what is being planned without passing it, to me, that's not really acceptable. I'd also like to go to the fact that I know Commissioner Johnson actually brought up the fact, well, would the neighbors be willing to pay for the road improvements? Well, we've got road improvements. Road improvements have been happening in Minnehaha Township for the last 10 years. In fact, in front of my house, they're scheduled to have a road improvement this year. Why should we be saddled with an additional cost for somebody that wants to develop something that wasn't planned to be here? You know, we've talked about utilities, the utility lines, the power, the sewer, the water. Well, I know for a fact I've got 2 utility junction boxes just right in my yard. Those had to be worked on the last time they worked on the road. And guess what? Some of my property is still damaged from it. And yes, I know it's the utilities company responsibility, but again, that's one of those side products of things that happen. So, at the least, I would expect that information would be put out in detail of what exactly is planned. Now, I know we've been told it was originally 7 houses, now 13. I also know that 5 years ago, they opened Southeast High School down here, which increased the traffic patterns and traffic flow. And we've got so much of an increase in traffic already in the neighborhood. On top of that, just this year, we had a street light put in. Again, that adds another point of congestion. Now, even if you're just talking about increasing it by 6 more houses, that's a possibility of another 10 cars. And that does increase quite the burden, in addition to all the dangers to the children and the animals and everything else that is already. And that's pretty much all I really want to add, because everybody has pretty much summed up exactly what's at stake.
Thank you for your testimony. Anybody on the commission have any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, thank you again. Is there anyone else virtually that would like to address the commission on this case?
Yes.
Name and address, and you have 3 minutes, Andrea.
Hi, my name is Andrea Settle. I live at 2218 South Clay Lane. Our property is in the picture that is up on the screen on the north end of the property that is being proposed for development. I want to echo everything that everyone has said, and also just kind of remind the Metropolitan Area Planning Commission what is on your website. You say that you want to keep new builds in line with the surrounding area. Our property is 1/2 acre, and we have one of the smallest lots in our area. Most property around here is much larger. I was someone who went door to door when we did the last thing, trying to stand up against the multiple family townhomes and things. And I talked dozens and dozens of people in this area, and they all may not be on here right now, but they do not understand why people don't value the fact that we want privacy, we want space. We move to an area that is not part of the city because we want to be in the county. We want to have space and things like that. I have called the planning and zoning offices before and was told that they would need to add 30 feet to the road for it to even pass county standard. So they're coming 30 feet more into the property that's listed, which means all of these homes will be pushed much further back and closer to our property lines. We have also found that as they were doing the measuring and putting the flags out for where everything was, it came into our property and they marked the easement line, not the actual property line. So we have some concerns with things like that, because if you're not marking the proper things, how do I know that you have the integrity to not build into things or to take advantage of that situation? We know where our property lines are because it's been surveyed like 4 times, because this property has changed hands multiple times in the last year, and each time they come and survey. And so I just want you all to understand that our neighborhood wants to remain the way it is. We love that maybe there's going to be some development, and that would be wonderful, but 13 homes is too many.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone on the commission that would like to ask this speaker a question? Seeing none, thank you again. Is there anyone else virtually that would like to address the commission on this case? Anyone? Okay, thank you. Bring this conversation back to the agent, Mr. Miller.
Yes.
You've heard some concerns, questions. You've got the floor for a couple minutes.
Okay. We'll start with the specials. The special, any improvements to this property or to the public utilities or the street will be the development here of the.
You cut out a little bit, Kurt. Could you cut out just a little bit? Could you repeat that again?
Okay. Yes, the specials assessments would not be assessed to the remainder of the neighborhood. They would be assessed to the property that we're trying to rezone.
Thank you.
There was some talk about all these lots are half acre or more. Well, that's not quite correct. In this subdivision, there are 8 lots that are under the 20,000 square foot. They're over west of this property. And somebody mentioned that these lots are like 1 acre, 2 acre. They're not. They're all like half acre lots. I've looked at them to see what they were, and they're basically everything around them except for these 8 lots are half acres or up to less than 1 acre usually. And I'd be glad to answer any more questions anybody has. But that's, this is not out of line because you already have some lots that do not meet that 20,000 square feet.
Do we have any, yes, Ms. Fox?
Can you repeat that the lots to do the 13 would be 130 deep by 80 wide, which is 10,400 square feet?
Yeah, they'd be.
Is that correct?
Quarter acre.
Yeah, 133, I think. And that's after the right of way's taken and that type of thing too. That additional 30 feet, that's after that 30 feet's gone.
Okay. Any other questions for the agent? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the commission for action. Mr. Warren.
I had the opportunity to do a drive through the entire neighborhood today. Had some time off, so I thought I'd just take a look all the way around. And it's a nice community. But it's a hodgepodge. There are some really nice big homes, and then there are very small homes. There are houses that have a lot of brick. There are houses with no brick that are aged. There's a reason that this land has been available for 50, 60 years to build on, and no one's built on it, and it's not going to happen. This particular street is a pretty rough street, and I think that this neighborhood would be improved immensely by development with some new construction and new streets. I don't think that the traffic is going to be too much of an issue for the people that are next to it, because the owners of these new properties coming in will be going directly south from their home onto Pawnee. So they're not going to be driving through the neighborhood. They're not going to be increasing the traffic too much from that area. So I think that this is the best that we're going to find available, and I would move to approve as presented.
I would second that motion. It's been moved by Mr. Warren, seconded by Mr. Green, to approve the request. Do we have any comments? Yes, Mr. Johnson?
And I think the other thing is, since they're gonna be dealing with the sewer and water and all that, they may find out that there's some stuff that'll be done that'll help everything, so I will support the motion.
Okay. Mr. Foster, you had a comment?
Yeah, just follow up on Mr. Warren's thoughts in that, this is one of those situations why it's tough for communities that down the road when you address large lots that have large frontages, cost effectiveness just isn't there. And so I think in one sense, this is fortunate that it can get an improvement for the road. Density was one issue that concerned me. And when I looked through the neighborhood, I looked at some of the outbuildings. There's some big outbuildings. So there's a character of structures around this area. And so I've gotten past the density question, so I would support the motion. And just again, as Mr. Johnson said, we're going to talk seriously about these issues at the planning stage.
Yes, Ms. Fox?
When improved road is added and that impermeable surface is added, then the developer will have to handle drainage or provide for water runoff, correct?
That'll be
which should take care of the flooding concern about a neighbor. I would think that would also improve as a result of the road improvement.
As a part of the planning process, yes, that those issues are addressed.
Okay.
Drainage, that type of stuff, so.
Now, the other thing, we gotta be careful saying that. We have no idea what elevation that shop building's at.
Yeah, okay.
There may be no way that can be improved. You can't run water uphill. And that's why I'm afraid to say that. Engineers will look at what they got and get it approved.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dewell.
Yes, just a comment. It appears from this map that about a half mile to the east, there are 13 lots on approximately the same size piece of land.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, there's a subdivision over there too.
Right.
Yep. Okay. Are there any other questions or comments on the motion at hand? Seeing none or hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. You know what? It's only 5:35. It's only 4 hours, guys. So we're doing good here. We're adjourned.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Yes, sir.